who is a professor in this great institution that opened the doors for us to have this event. The only thing we promised them is our civility. And Dr. Nkuzi, please.
That's interesting.
Usually when we have an event for people, I just stay here at Dominican University and work for 24 hours each day. This time, I need to just say that there are people that have been coming here who did all the work. And he says he's an ordinary man. He won't tell me his name. So my students know him as the ordinary man. Then we have one Nze, an officer, and then we have an engineer, Jasper. And then of course, we have Dr. Leo. So these are people that students know. Every day,
You just give me
anything that happens, we give a report at the end of the day. So these are the main students. I have two tasks. One is to welcome you to Dominican University. The second is to tell you about us. I need to inform you or remind you that we have a center for Igbo studies here at Dominican University. There are centers. This is the second one, and this is the only one abroad in diaspora.
Wow.
We have an MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, that India will sign with
When
this
I
university,
show him,
and they have
I look at the
honored
shoe I'm wearing. And
it means that when you have a symposium, when you have a conference, and when you have anything, any time, that you need to bring it here because we have
and I don't even have
a library that preserves all the So all of you are, of course, Igbo educators need to come here for your research. And the meeting has always honored it.
Oh,
Thanks
okay.
Thanks to not just the Center for Igbo Studies, but the ISA, Igbo Studies Association. So please take advantage of it because it's a very honored rules.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
That's interesting.
Finally, on behalf of our president,
He's an
Dr.
Igbo
I
professor.
welcome you officially to Dominican University.
Wow. Wow.
Again, my name is Eric H. Swaj. I'm a retired, highly decorated Chicago police officer.
What?
Jimmy, we can hardly hear what the. Jimmy, can you hear me?
This time,
Not sure if Jimmy can hear me.
this time I'm going to
He probably dropped the phone.
introduce to you.
Yeah, I was gonna tell him to. If there's a way he could reposition his phone or something,
Everybody,
we can hardly hear.
What about now?
Oh, Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yeah. What about now?
Yeah, we'll manage. We hear the clap more. Yeah, I was gonna say, can you tell them to hold their applause for now?
People that work for you, not looking for something from us. People that want to give back to their community. That is what we're lacking in Chicago. Ordinary man, please. Also, Ochikota,
It's getting better.
just for form. These two are going to be your program coordinators. And I'm going to be around if you need anything, please.
Thank you. I'm the ordinary man, and you can also go and verify.
How can we verify the ordinary
I'm going to
man?
call on my very good friend, my boss, my brother, Engineer Jasper Former, to please come up here for a minute, please. If you're here, Ochikopa.
Okay.
The welfare road. Thank you. Okay, big round of applause for this is Peter Obi special way of doing things.
Mm.
As we are busy talking and listening, the young man quietly, no fanfare, walked in amongst us, please. It's beautiful. This is the epitome of humility in my lifetime that I've seen, and it's a good thing. So we are going to apologize to everybody for the late start because of traffic, because of the demo convention that is going on.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They say they are frustrated and stay in traffic and then went back home. So and we waited, and we said, okay, Excellency has other things to do. So yeah, so on behalf of the facilitators, the coordinators, I'm going to mention some few names, please, if you bear with me. We have a young surgeon from Wisconsin by the name of Dr. Leo Ebijobi. Please put your hands together. Where is he?
We're in the back.
Okay, no, it's here. Oh, all right, Doc. You go on, Doc, please. This is His Excellency's right-hand man. They've known each other for like close to 30 years. And I think his beautiful wife is here too. I don't know where she's sitting, but she's here. They came to our godfather in Chicago, the one and only Chief Fidelis, popularly known here as, first of all, Honorable One, and the Chief, which is two. Everybody here knows Fidelis. Some of us don't know that he is actually the godfather of His Excellency Peter Bikokana Abuaka for the Chief. We are also talking about
Because he's the one that
the coordinators.
he's the one that's
I'm going to start with our chairman,
Okay.
Officer Elvis Oswald,
here to say thank you.
Engineer
Yeah,
Jasper Former,
not about the
Dr. Jude Wilkins, my humble self, the ordinary man, Dr. Vincent Izwebu, Opi, Opi not here. Opi, okay. Help me out. Who am I forgetting? Teddy and Bob, and also I said that already, so okay. I will come back if I forgot somebody. And then also we have a lot of people like our big brother Dr. Sonia. We are talking. These are the people who've been working tirelessly over the past 2 months actually to put this together. And I'm really sorry if I don't remember everybody's names. I didn't have my.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get on with it. We just want to get you. Sure you understand. Yeah, all this. So it's going to be unnecessary.
So we are going to move forward. And
Jimmy,
Yeah.
can you run some commentary for us? Like, let us know who is speaking and who's speaking.
I would like to
Yeah. So
You're like a football commentator for now. We are listening on radio.
yeah. So they're just welcoming people to introduce the people that made the event a great one. Yeah. So they're mentioning them by names. They're mentioning them by names. And while they were doing it, Pio just walked in like Spider-Man. He just went to the high table. He didn't want any introduction. He didn't want anything. So I think this Dr. Leo guy happens to be a surgeon, and from what I can see, I think it's the guy, the mysterious guy that has been always in the courthouse during the tribunal that stays around Pio. The man with the beard, the man with the mustache. Yeah, I think that's the guy. He's the one speaking. He doesn't miss any court date with Pio during the trial. He doesn't. Okay, so that's the Godfather, right? So I think they're calling out Pio's Godfather. Yeah, come on the eye table. Yes, they're calling people out on the eye table. Everyone is just so impatient to listen to Pio speak. Everyone is just all impatient. So yeah, I think that's it for now. That's it for now. And by the way, oh yeah, I think they're just doing the whole paparazzi thing. So and for the record, Pio got here before everyone. Yeah, 2 p.m.
Sorry,
2 p.m. Pio got here at 2 p.m. and the event was actually meant to start by 4 p.m. Yeah, 2 people, yeah. So it was here. It was here before a lot of people. Okay, so I can see I can see our opposition guys, they're already here. So they just appreciating dignities, and welcoming people on the high table. So anytime from now, the program will kick start. But yeah, that's just what's going on right now. The program will start when the pastor might to heal himself. So back to you, today.
Yeah. I just wanted to know. I actually wanted you rather to tell us who is speaking and all that. But that's good. We'll just so Jimmy, are we gonna have a bunch of speakers before PO himself, right? Is that the way it's gonna go, or do you know?
I honestly have no idea.
All right. So let's do this. Let's we'll just wait for you for the next time something major going on, and then we can keep our conversation on this side going. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Carigo, did you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I had Godfather of Chicago. I hope it's not the kind of Godfather we have in
the Gambinos.
Immediately I had that Godfather. I remembered 1990 something. I remember the early 90s.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case in this case. Or Obama's Godfather. Well, Hillary tried to pin it on Obama. One guy by the name of Tony Rasco or something like that back in the day. Some real estate developer, some long rap shit that year. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think the event is taking yeah.
The Star Spangled Banner, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Star Spangled Banner.
Are they not singing Nigeria will fail?
No, Nigeria will come next, don't worry.
The sample is back. They're recording it for the celebration, that's why it's coming out.
God bless America.
God bless America. Man, the last part of that anthem, I so love it, man. Home of the free and land of the brave.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah. Whatever you think of this country, you can't doubt that.
Absolutely.
It's not perfect, but
when are they going to sing Nigeria will fail?
now you with the wait. Hold on. I want you to
Are you listening to the nonsense they are saying here?
which one? Is it Nigeria we
All
inhaled?
the whole people are standing up. Me, I don't sit down. I don't have time for
Come on,
nonsense.
Nigeria, we hate you.
Oh,
Jimmy,
Nigeria we inhaled it.
Anthem of 10 million years ago.
This man has won.
Jimmy, you want me to find PO and organize that?
Maybe I can't find it. If you know many of us sit down here.
My brother, you can sit down. It's your right. It's your right to sit down.
Jimmy, put your hand on your chest, I beg.
I sit my hand on top of my lap now. I'm tapping. They don't carry me if I come my front, sir. They chop me.
Jimmy, put your hand on your chest and he hail Nigeria.
I love all of us who sit down. After this show, I'll make sure I shake everyone that sat down. Everyone that sat down, I will shake them one by one. Yeah, just look them well. They owe me a handshake. Well done, man.
This is so shameful, my brother. It's very shameful.
Thank you for not standing up. I don't shake them from now. Thank you for not standing up.
What do you want me to sing? I rise the compatriots.
Absolutely. That is the Nigerian anthem, my brother. Absolutely.
The way they even signed this new anthem into law is even an abuse to us Nigerian citizens. That
My brother,
abuse. The way they went about it.
My
no
brother, we already know we're in an abusive relationship with Nigeria, so it's not new.
And so, you know, the funny thing, I don't think, yesterday on your space, I was telling one of the guys that waiting till 2027 is just a very, very big risk. So we don't even have the military on our side to save us from this mess.
Yeah.
And if this man stays till 2027, then we are just going to stay till 80 years old, because if Nigerians can endure till 2027, that means they will endure till he finishes his 8 years.
All right, guys.
Some people they beg Jonathan. Oh, you go ahead.
And about 500 people there. And we challenged them, say, you're gonna come back to Chicago because we went to Atlanta, Chicago, and you moved to his house. So as things came around, we thought that this would be a good opportunity. He wanted to be here on Sunday because he understood.
They're explaining how they came to arrange the meeting, this event.
Was despite the other engagements he wanted to give space. I know that more than half of us are stuck in traffic. It took me 4 hours from now on drive. So I can imagine those who are still out there. I think that the response we had online of around 400 people, that documents and certifies our commitment to visiting with him today.
Mm-hmm.
The inability to come is act of faith, but that will not make a difference at the end of the day.
This place is actually 1 hour away from my house.
Jimmy, make sure you snap a picture with me. This is the opportunity, my brother.
Architecture. So we're happy to have Dr. Nkisi here, working with family based with him to help establishing the programs we're talking about. And Dr. Sina and I are both members of that organization.
Justice, if this now American for
gentlemen want to talk about
that's gonna 10 grand though.
It's like being described as 7 blind men. Those who want to describe the cow and the belly say that the elephant is like a wall. That's how they feel. Those who feel the tail think that elephant is like a gun. And those who feel the leg say it's a tree. These are all accurate descriptions of elephant and the strength and the knowledge of those things. Everybody's right. But Thomas Jefferson was asked, how do you want to be remembered? And he said, well, of all the things I did in the United States, I want to be known for being the author of the American Constitution and the founder of the University of Virginia. And that's how you see me because I happen to be there, so I know. Mr. Peter B, as you like to answer, not His Excellency, His Honorable, is a man of integrity. That's what you want to take home.
Fact.
He's a man of clarity. You can call him a businessman. You can call him a smart man. You can call him an educated man, because as a matter of fact, if you look at his 200-page document, he's been to universities and gotten education more than most of us who spend our lifetime in the college. But there's something about him that is unique. He's clear, he's honest, he's determined. He is also a non-government mistake, and that's important. I think that's what one thing we like to remember as a government for non-government state. We're not here for politics. It's here to thank Chicago, and I'm so happy that some friends and some folks from Phoenix, from Wisconsin, from Indiana are here. I met my dear friend, Dr. Newman. I haven't seen him since 1979. This is just a really coming down, so that's a good engagement. But there's something unique about Mr. Pickle, which is the fact that he actually appealed to the conscience of the average person. If there's anything I want to know, I think I want to know him for, in spite of our serious relationship. It is the man, the single man, who appealed to the conscience of human beings. He started in Nigeria, but it actually happened beyond Nigeria and it's worldwide. It was in front page of Time magazine, if you remember, several months ago, as the man for change. That was the topic. I sent him a copy of it. So it is my greatest honor and humility, and on behalf of Chief, for me to introduce to you one more time the architect of human conscience. Mr. Pickle.
Listen to that. The architect of human conscience. What? I need to get up for this man. Are you kidding? What?
Let me very respectfully and humbly use that kind Nigerian
This man wants to stop recording.
all
There's
protocols
nothing you can do. Duly
very
observed.
respectfully and duly
Observed. Yeah.
And I thank all of you who, like you mentioned, within busy schedule at a very difficult time, made it here. We know how difficult it is, and at times the organizers and all of you who are here. When I came here, when they said the event is going to be from 4 to 9 p.m., and I said 4 o'clock in America. I'll be there by maybe there's something special. Why they said 4 o'clock. So when I got here, I was while I was in the car, I said, "Are you sure this is 4?" I said, "Okay." We'll endeavor to be there by 4.
Nope. 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 No.
Jimmy, tell us what's going on.
Yeah, they gave him a different mic.
Oh,
So he's going back now. Yeah.
okay, I'm hearing no.
Maybe we have changed it to 10 p.m.
What?
So they will be shocked. And I did this because one thing I think I've consistently maintained is that I don't want people to say African time. Because there's nothing called African time. Time is time.
Yep.
It is important to people. And it happens so often while I served as governor. People invite me to a very important location, and they will write 12 noon prompt. They even put it prompt. So I drive to a village, prompt. And I come there and say, hey, we are not expecting you this time.
Hey.
We actually expecting you by 5.
Can you imagine?
Everybody will have
Can you imagine?
They can you read this invitation? It said 12 noon prompt. You would have told me come by 5 p.m. So I can program other things. You say, oh, that is for other people.
Can you imagine?
Suppose if I come by 5, the other people have come and gone. And it was very often, in most cases, because then I didn't have the privilege of using siren. I even go to a place where, oh, how can you come here like this? Nobody knew you came. Maybe since you were coming, if you had used siren and made noise, and you know somebody came.
Can you imagine?
They will follow you. Some will even come with you because they know it's fast. But look at how you just came here. Nobody knew you came. So please, I had a case of one traditional ruler who pleaded with me. He knows that doesn't misfire and everything, but for his sake, I use it. So that these people will not be started like him. And I came to his house, and they said, we help him to in charge of this town. Because if they know that I personally came and visited him, I said, but you are doing this. Yeah, but he has one actually can give me to use. I also say, because it makes sense. You see, he said, when you go now, they will know. But it is part of us. You know, where you go to the airport, you go to anywhere, people say to you, oh, don't do that. Because rascality, bad behavior, slowly became a measure of power, success. But while I'm here simply to most sincerely thank all of you and appreciate you for your support in the last election. It is okay. I'm not looking for not campaign. I'm not looking for new rules. I'm not looking for anything to do. I just want to thank you. Because you make the difference. People often the time wake up in the morning and we think we wake up because we're supposed to wake up. We eat. We think, oh, because we're supposed to eat. But there's so many people who didn't wake up. There's so many people who don't know where the next day will come from. So for me, number one thing today is to gratitude to the Almighty God that made it possible for all of us to be here. See, gratitude to Almighty God that made it possible for you at a time I need support in any way, in any manner, you contributed. You were part of it. You will say, oh, but this man related this. I always remember saying, let me tell you, wonderful, because they had something to donate. When I had people who didn't have anything to donate in so many villages where we were praying.
Oh.
And they called me and said about it, which the woman was celebrating. And he said I should take one or two. And I immediately asked the woman, how much you celebrate? 250. And you to buy 40 pieces of bread. No, instead of your each, sorry. Every day he uses 10,000, buy 40 pieces of bread at 250 each. And he sells it 300. So he makes 2,000. When he finished selling the 40 of them, and he said, family, he said, yes, I'll take it. So from that 2,000 is what he uses to. And he now said, I should take one or two bread free. He said, why are you going to make the profit of today? He said, for this man, I'm ready to lose today.
Wow. Look at that.
That woman gave more than people gave me. Because he was ready to forego source of feeding his children for that day. And these are things you see when I was campaigning, when I went around, when I was governor. And it's ask yourself, how do you treat these people? That grace God gave you, you should actually bring in cost on your own children. So I came to thank him. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, sincerely to say thank you. Nothing else. This is all that you care about this evening for. Except that I'm here for you, ask questions, do anything, just as we're generally talking, not campaigning. When the campaign comes, I'll actually ask Prof that he gives us there when we're coming for campaign. You know, for now, what we're doing in Nigeria experience. I was interviewed this morning because I came for the part of my in Chicago is to honor the invitation of the National Democratic Institute. They've invited so many international countries and they invited me one or two was offered from Nigeria because I saw this one is you see very well there and everything. So I came to honor the invitation. And they interviewed me one of this man saying, "You're pregnant, what did you do? What is your comment?" I said, well, you can guess my comment. When people are fasting and dying, but thank you. That is all I have to say. So, because You try to give because I've had people say to me, "Oh, I have to do that country again." You read messages from that country, said yes. I said that means you can't give up. Oh, I don't have anything to do with them, whatever they like, let them do. And I care, even as a feeling, I don't want anything to do with them. So, no problem. But when you're busy working, you're thinking about those messages. Help us to solve it. Because when we fix it, the other people who are going to help us fix it, all the Asian countries that the change is coming from those who are difficult. And when you start fixing the engineering, you're there. They don't see the Chinese company sees the Nigerian plane.
What a shame.
One young man wrote me very that I said, they don't need to seize the plane, they will seize Nigeria. Things are talking about production. So we are producing by them, then we see ourselves when we pay the debt. But that's what we get every day. So once that once you get country, I also listen and learn, because if you want to lead, you must lead. I also want to learn. That's what I'm learning. Thank you, and God bless you.
Beautiful. Okay. Next.
The greatest and this assurance about being available is very, very encouraging to me and a lot of people. I think Dr. Neil predicted that this is Mr. Obi's character. He's willing to accommodate, he's willing to give up, make sacrifices for us. And thank you, Mr. Peter B. I'm not even comfortable calling him His Excellency anymore because of his humility and simplicity. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask a volunteer, a female volunteer, to please come up here. Please help us to minister the questions. Dr. Ihoma from
Okay, we're about to dig into the questions
yes,
now.
Sophia, Obi, the young lady, you guys can come up and take turns when one is done, okay? And the two Obi Iive who are we missing just
Do you understand asking questions now?
Please, read clearly and quickly so that you understand that now. Use this one.
Yeah. So imagine I just answer any question. Yeah. What? So it collected questions, all questions collected from the answer everything. Said no one will be asking him questions. He's gonna be asking him himself. Wow. Humility at the highest peak.
So, Jimmy, waiting this up. They want to put all the questions together, so you can take them in one fell swoop.
Yeah. So MC actually. Sorry, I'm whispering because it's constant. The MC called up some people to question about 2 females. So PO collected all the questions from them, and he told the ladies to go sit down. That he will ask those questions, everything, all. He's answering those questions himself now.
To sustain our confidence. It will shorten our intermarriage between, say, Yoruba and English.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the failure of their parents, we still play on those things to continue the confusion and criminality called Nigeria today. Because they hijack place.
Yeah.
The place taken over by criminals. We the politicians. Don't please put me. And I will have a professor of philosophy here. Where's Prof? So what is wrong? The philosophy, logic, syllogism and logic. He said that when something costs 75%, you can
Sure.
So we want show me where there's cheaper fuel. No. Show me where there's anything. So the point I came up with fuel in Lagos, I came up in Ibadan, I came up in Onitsha, I came up. Nobody is secured anywhere. So it is us who live in the cities and are creating that confusion to sustain ourselves. Same thing with religion. Nobody knows religion buys very cheap. If you have the Muslims buy bread cheaper today or have any free food, I can tell the Christians will join them and pray and take the food and go back to the lesson. The Bible says. So when people say it is not listening, and personally, I am not shy to say I am from a particular tribe. I believe in it. Let's create a level playing field where people's talent and have more much of the opportunity.
Simple.
When I was campaigning, I said, don't, and I said anything, don't vote for me because I'm an equal person. Please don't do it. Don't vote for me on any ethnic or religious consideration. I campaigned and I still maintain it. I am the most qualified of all those who contested.
100! Legit. Yeah.
Come, let's say, tell me what you want to do. Can't say it any day. If I was there, it would have been a different situation. I'm committed to turning around. Nigeria is a great country. I've traveled all over the world, and I know it's a great country. So I don't believe in it today. Again, like what is the reality of uniting Nigeria? Don't you think it is effective for citizens economically to develop their regions? Yes, it is effective, and it's good to, yes. I believe, yes, the regions can develop, but I can tell you,
Taking more questions.
it's actually in developing the various regions, and Nigeria will unite. People unite when there's competition and there's fairness in it.
Mm-hmm.
Today, Nigeria is wasting its time putting all its hope in a diminishing asset called oil. Only the diminishing asset is something nobody wants again. And I've always said Nigeria can make more money from agriculture, from food exports, than it will make from oil. It can make more money for so many reasons than oil. How much do we earn from oil? Nigeria earns about 20, call it, let me say $25 million from oil. Bangladesh earns about $50 billion from clothing. Bangladesh is that poor country. I've never, this morning, I said it in my interview. Somebody said I should compare, I said something about the Americans. Said, you will never see me. I go and check all my statements. I can never compare Nigeria and America. I said, I always say,
Why you doing that? What kind of comparison?
Compare Nigeria with other developing countries. Why would I do that? A state like California,
of course,
with a 3.6 trillion GDP is 9 times Nigerian GDP. So where do I start to leave America? Let's go to where we belong and be able to say to them, we belong. So we are looking at Vietnam from footwear export earns over $20 billion. And if I go to Aba, I could see thousands of tailors. I could see shoemakers all over the place. So we have I've seen it in my interview. We have a vast uncultivated land in the north. Today, our biggest threats came from Borno State. As we all this started, all this so-called terrorist activity. Borno State, for the yes, by 3 to 1 side of them, 30,000 square meters. So, the Israel is exporting food. Is exporting food. what is happening there. Nobody will arrest us from there. Nobody will use it for kidnapping and keeping you. When we can see from everywhere, it's gone. I need money from it. You see me use Niger every single day. Our biggest state is Niger State, 76.3 thousand square kilometers. That is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. Netherlands without water is 41 with water. Without water is about 3,000 square kilometers. If in 2022 record, Netherlands did export of agricultural products, you have more of about $120 billion. And we are in a state that is 2.5 times the size. They can't feed themselves. And we have more fertile land than Netherlands. Recently, in Ukraine, that's Nigeria, grain.
That's a shame. That's a shame. Yeah.
The whole of northern Nigeria is 750 something, about 745,000 square. So northern Nigeria is bigger than Ukraine. And they give us grain. So the list is endless. What we need, Nigeria, God gave Nigeria everything. They only took one element of leadership. It is that people not rising up and I continue to say it. And it will not happen until we get that right. We just need people who are committed to it. You know, if you get it right, it will work. I assure you, there's nothing wrong with Nigeria. What is wrong with Nigeria is leadership. Again, somebody talking about potential pathway, achieve confederation. There is nothing. Nigeria is already a federative country. You don't need to do anything. Once you start covering it properly, the reason why it is unity today is because there is criminality. Once you remove money, everybody will go to his own side and start working. Because there will be competition. But as long as something to share, you have a problem. It is to remove that you share. Once you remove it, once you decide it's going to be a productive country, when you see me talk about from consumption to production, I meant every word of it. I meant every word of it. It would have been something that people would not have imagined. Because once you keep corruption, which is what is killing entrepreneurship, people will go to work. Today, the only thing that thrives in Nigeria is politics and the next religion. Because people go to government to steal money. And those who are so if you dismantle corruption, which is affecting entrepreneurship, professionalism, and hard work, everybody will go into production. And like I always tell people, Nigeria is a very religious place. And I want it to be a proper religious place where people take it serious, because I'm going to turn night vigil to night shift. So,
night vigil to night shift. Oh yeah. It's going to turn night vigil to night shift.
They should stop working and you give them food. Even the Bible says that people who didn't work should not eat. So we are going to make it work. That's it. So
that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
We now try to corrupt politics.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are now corrupting religion. So somebody gets up and say,
They need to tell the pastors in Nigeria that, Jimmy.
somebody who is not doing anything and says, you own a car in Jesus' name. which is how? That's why you're going to kidnap somebody or put somebody saying, I'm my driver. You can't say that for prayer because you're going to leave my house. If you're going to say you're my driver, this year you're going to be the landlord in Jesus' name. You leave. Because I know that there's no way money I pay to you will make you landlord this year. Landlord, then you're going to kidnap me. It's a simple thing. And we have to say these things and say it and do it. Not because you don't like it. And a fanatical person who believes that Nigeria is a country that will take its prayer very seriously. That's why I support the Muslims when they go to Hajj, support the Christians when they go to prayer, and I'm also committed Christian. I don't know, I like I can't, my immediate sister, the reverend sister. I immediately know about that. They're not for I will be doing it for them. But I tell them, if they don't want these things, the heaven is full of grace. You will collect the money. That means somebody has to work to give you that money to contribute this. And then God knows you need to do something to keep it. So he didn't say we should abandon what we're doing and continue to pray and bring it and everything. And the leaders that will pray and including people have never wanted to pray that before. It's still a good mix for you to do. So confederation will come. The other similar question. What are the opposition doing to make sure the government addresses the issue of corruption? Since it has been identified as the major problem in Nigeria. Let me tell you, there is no opposition in Nigeria. It is difficult to have opposition in the type of government we practice today. Very, very difficult. That is why in CDA, we must go back to, even if it's South Africa, French style of parliamentary politics. Where we are, presidential system is very expensive, very difficult for us. I know you live in a country that has a parliamentary presidential system of government. It is a country that built a lot of institutions that can control the system. In our own, he allows a winner takes all. There's no opposition. Because as opposition today, which I'm supposed to do, and let me just give you an example. I'm sure you're watching what's happening in South Africa and France. In Nigeria, if you follow the UN Charter, it says where election voters are less than 30%, I think, less than 30%. I've checked it, but I know it's about 30%. When there's an election, that election is supposed to be repeated. Recent elections can show you that Mexico election was about 50%. India. And the election and over 50% of
turnout, yeah.
Over 60%. Nigeria election in 2023 had 23% participation.
Can you imagine? 23%.
And it was upheld. It is In that 23%, the winner person that was declared the winner won 37%. So he actually received 8% of the registered voters. And that 8% allowed him to take everything, notwithstanding that the person who was declared second had about 31%, and the person that was torn had about 27 to 28%. Today, Julius Malema in South Africa, you will see him taken to the president if you're following him with 9%, because he's in parliament. Today in South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa cannot go and hire what are called media talks to be calling anybody name. He comes to parliament to defend all his actions. Today in our country, our president bought a plane. Nobody knows the cost of the plane. Nobody knows why he bought the plane. He didn't have to explain to anybody to spend over $100 million to buy a plane in a country that has the highest number of poor people living in any country on earth. We have more people living in multidimensional poverty than India and China combined. These two countries combined is 2.8 billion. We're only 200 million, and we have more people living in poverty than two of them combined. And our president goes to buy a plane, he doesn't talk to anybody, he knows the cost, he cannot, in a parliamentary system, with all of us sitting there as opposition, he will come there and tell us. And he brings the plane, the next day enters it and go off and says, going for. Oh, right. And nobody will ask me the next one. He leaves in the physical position. He goes out, he comes here and buys himself a bulletproof camera. Nobody can say anything. We are not there. We should have a system. All this is that what will have come to parliament. When the presidential prime minister's question time, nobody answers for him. It is him who will be answering. And he is in charge of all the money, in charge of everything. So nobody asks him questions. If you have a serious, you have a parliamentary system, today, if you have been president, people would have been leader of PDP in the parliament, and I will be leader of Labour in parliament. And nothing, you can't sign anything without our approval. You can't do anything without our approval.
Checkmate.
So what we have now is that Muna takes off and wake up in the morning and decide to knock down the building.
I wonder.
By himself.
Too much. It's a town hall. You don't control how people talk. It's a town hall.
Nobody says
It's
anything.
talking.
Because
It's a town hall. You can't control anyone else to talk.
Go over there and talk. That is what they call absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That's correct.
So you must have a means to check that from. Well, somebody said, do you think that Nigeria can ever produce a leader who will replicate this rhetoric? Well, you can. Somebody was talking about the road. You well, you can bring a leader. do similar thing at the same time. And quite frankly, Nigeria is more complicated, but they can do it. I encourage everybody to understand what you do. I've gone the states. And I always tell people I've gone to Anambra State. My Anambra is more state. People, thank you very much. I said, it's me who is saying that. When I was governor, let me give you an example. When I was governor of Anambra State, we had about close to about 70 private jets in Nigeria. That is one. Anambra people own over 50% of it.
Wow.
When I was governor, Jonathan once asked me to. Jonathan is still alive. He came to, was vice president then, came to Anambra State. And as governor, he noticed that while we were riding in the car, people were using siren and overtaking us. So when we see siren, we just. He said, why am I doing this? I said, well, you know, this is how I'm choosing to be. I don't use siren. And I have too many big people who need to go where they're going first. So he went back and told him, where they called me and said, Peter, we cannot allow all this to be happening. They even said somebody took your seat. Remember, Jimmy? They said somebody came to where there's this thing. You saw where they wrote, they put your seat down, and he went and sat there. I think Mr. President, don't worry. Don't stop them from using it. You know, he said, no. I said, who are you going to stop? There are too many of them. I don't want to quarrel with them. Saying as okay, let's start from your party, PDP. I said, just Yoruba family. Have Christian, Yoruba, Setuba. I said, one family, let me tell you what I have for. I can tell you, no other state have Akeze, and they come from Ibe. When I said, by the time I got to 20 years, he said, all these people, I said, they are from my state. I control of them. That I didn't integrate them. And I was close to all of them. Yeah, that was close. What me anyone? I was close to all of them. Any of them who wanted to see me, I got to that. The only difference is that none of them came to government house for 8 years of them. I went to the house. In fact, there was one man who also came. But that changed. And I told my sister, why I don't invite him. And he said, listen, you can't invite these people here. You don't have what they eat, or what they drink. That's the money you need to fix school. So no matter what, you can drive 30 minutes to the house. So when they say, Governor went South Sea this evening, finish work by 7, you drive to his house by less than 1 hour. You get, it's not up to 1 hour because the roads go there. 30 minutes and in his house. In fact, my people look forward to it because when they go there, they eat everything that is not eaten. And when they are going back, they give them some, that's the money. Somebody's house. Now we are going to this marathon this evening. Everybody is excited. Because when I started, if you go to a meeting, is out of station. If you go to meet in Imo, is out of station. So when I'm going to meet in Imo 20, 50 people following. I want to ask anything. No more application to anywhere in Southeast and South. If I say I'm going to meet in Enugu, only about 10 people, if they are up to that, will come. So they finally said, no, we can't.
Simple.
If they not go to any visit any of them, what will consume that evening as a them will be a vision of 3 to 6, 5 million naira. That's what you need to build a classroom of 4 blocks. 4 class, a block of 4 classrooms. That's what you need to build. So you don't need to. It's cheaper to go to them. Anytime, so it is a difficult thing. And we had peace. There was no issue that I was paying every elderly people who have no means of pension in 75 years money. I was paying all of them 5,000. If you don't have any means of pension, I told community I was paying the money. I was paying every vigilante in every village and bought vehicle. Nobody has replicated anywhere in Nigeria. Knows what every community vehicle. So from Anambra, I go to the community, I bought the vehicle for security. And that's how I made good money. Then we said, we're building schools, school blocks everywhere and all that. You know, so it wasn't a case of, that's why when somebody said, oh, you didn't build school block, I said, why are you wasting your time answering people? That's not my business. The only thing I didn't do while I was governor, which people say that I will, is we do commissioning. If I was commissioning something, the way people do it today, you won't believe the amount of things we have commissioned. But when we wanted to come, when they told me we were going to commission one of the things we did, the road, and I said, okay, they came with a bill of about 10 million something. I said, we're going to use it to call to commission. People kept saying, I said, oh, this is cool. No, there was no road here. We just do this road. So if we go and spend this amount of money to now call people, put it in TV, they like TV coverage. Maybe I was wrong, because now people say, hey, if you have done it there, people will say, thank you. I was wrong. But I didn't see the need. You know, I didn't see the need there for all. So is this electoral law is not changed. I will conduct collect result. I believe so. I believe we need to do something with the electoral law. You know, we must state clearly how do we want to transmit the result. And clearly, we must say what the difference is. Nigeria cannot say this goal. If we are going to do electronic election, let's do it. If we cannot do it, let's queue up behind the people. Yes, I know that there must be something we must do. We must do the right thing. Difference is working. India is the world's greatest democracy. They have almost 800 million voters. That is 4 times the size of Nigeria. Did anybody hear anything about Indian election? It was electronically transmitted. Simple. I saw it everyone. South Africa, nobody challenged the result. It was electronically transmitted. But I was in my house watching South African election, and they were counting it. So we need to do something in our own and do it by the. But who's going to do it? Is it the people who are benefiting from the stealing? It will be difficult. You know, so these are things people like you will challenge. The reason why somebody was talking to me today about some this university, And I said, that's why we don't have diaspora voting. This evening, just this evening, I was talking to somebody here and I said, the reason why we don't have diaspora voting is they know people will vote right.
Yeah.
So it is better to, we don't want these people with quarrel. I'm sure any day when you do diaspora voting, you will see the highest amount of vote coming from maybe a country like Venezuela. I don't know necessarily. So I believe we need to change it. When somebody say, what are the challenges you contemplate in the future, to win? Well, the challenges are there. The challenges of the future, even for the country, are here today. Those challenges are challenges we faced before, I'm one of those who believe we can do something because somebody has done our constitution. Quite frankly, why I believe we need to discuss the constitution? This present constitution have all it takes for good governance. It is not our constitution that is making people steal government money. Neither is our constitution that is making people waste government money. I was governor of Anambra State. When I came to Anambra State, we did not have Ministry of Planning. I created that ministry. When I came to Anambra State, I called the then biggest commissioners and permanent secretaries and said, can you tell me the vision of this government? What do we want to achieve? And what is our strategy for achieving that? There was none. What are we doing in areas of development? There was none. Not that they're not doing something, but there was no coordinated. So what are we going to do? We decided to quickly adopt Millennium Development Goals as our vision then. And that was simple because that was the universally accepted development model. At that time, we said, we adopt it as our goal. So that vision. Let us develop strategy to develop that. The 8 areas simultaneously. One was fighting extreme poverty. Number 1 was education. Number 2 was education. Number 3 was health. Number 4 was issues related to health, including to environment, and that's what we did. So we now developed our own model, which we call Anambra Integrated Development Strategy, which was a process that allowed us to plan properly across all the areas of MDG, pursue it properly. And I always say people about planning and doing the right thing. MDG was signed in the year 2000. We started operating it as Anambra State in the year 2007. By the time MDG was completed in 2015, Anambra was number 1 in implementation of MDG, even when Nigeria as a country did not achieve any of the MDG goals. Anambra was the best state in implementation of MDG. I had to come and speak at the UN here in New York on what we did. We did that 8 years, remaining of it. But for 7 years, other states were implemented because we followed it religiously. And it helped us. People were asking me then, why were you building roads in rural areas when you're from in Boston. He said, all the people were like, how are you living? Well, because our studies then showed that to fight poverty, you need assets. And those rural areas, so we're building roads in a place like I am, because that was the poorest area, going to inside of one room, going to Okano, because we're poor. And we found out one of the most critical things was assets. That's how we return school to the churches, because we tried to make school work. It didn't work. First year, it was not working. Second year, it wasn't working. And I said, what is missing here? So that allowed us to see the loopholes. We had what they call UBEC. But I mean, universal basic education, which is supposed to be allow primary schools to be free. So they have to beg in national level. You have to beg in the state, you have to beg in local government. So when you beg in national level, religious money, it comes to the beg in the state, you beg in the state, takes it to local government before it goes to school. All these were transit toll gates that were reducing the money. By the time you get to school, he has already been reduced. So I said, listen, all money from the bed national should go direct to school. Let's hold the principal responsible. He became a problem. I returned school to the churches. He became a problem. He said, hey, schools were strike for months. I didn't do anything. I just said, take back your school. You can no longer manage the school. Go to there and see what the schools are doing in Anambra State. You become a point of reference. Just because those schools were being managed properly. When we were managing it, was not working. Same here we have. We didn't have one single school of nursing and school of medicine. People say we should be. I said no. I was in private school when they used to tell me, here you produce the first nurse midwife. So let's go to here. They say it's owned by a church. I don't have anything to do with the church. That's why I give them money. So you can go up and on. It is a question of organizing ourselves for development. So constitution is good to change. But changing constitution is not the same as changing the human being. If you have a bad human being, as fast you will stay. You have a bad human being as fast, Reverend Father, you will stay. So what we need is to change the human mind. The human infrastructure is what directs other infrastructure. That's why it needs to be educated and directed in everything. There's nothing there. I always tell people, nobody asked me to save money. There's no law that said I should save money.
Yeah.
No law said to me, you have to pay people. But when I left government, we're not going to salary, pension, gratuity. We're not going any contractor or supplier. And I've said this for over 10 years now. No contractor has come. This man is talking about this. I was being told when he left. No. Any contractor or supplier who did his work before I left government, I paid me. And nobody has ever come and said, what is Victor talking? I was being told pension. No. We didn't owe any pension or gratuity. And what was being owed before I left was paid in full.
Yeah.
And the day I left office, I had 3 banks in Nigeria, a total in each of them, 12 billion naira and $50 million. Nobody asked me to save that money. Nobody even asked me how would you put this money down. It was him who said, let's tanker and take risk and say, let's say the dollars currency we use to deal internationally, let's say we need the dollar. If that one will die today, Anambra will be worth about $300 million. And nobody asked me, this money I would have taken and call me and buy a house. I don't need. Now that people come to America, I need to stay 2 days. And that 2 days at most will cost me $600. So if I own a house of $2 million, you don't know how to do that. That is the bad investment to human being, bad investment to God, because they will even be asking to pay tax on it. So what would I own it? When I will pay for hotel and everything. When I was checking to my hotel yesterday, they asked me, do I want it to be cleaned every day? I say yes. And I came every day and all that. So they put every day 4 days. It's you who go and bring clean, isn't it? Not the who go and buy the shit, buy everything, and all that. Heat it in winter, you pay for the heating, pay for the electricity, pay for the water, pay for everything, and then they take tax again. Why would you do it? The house, the place you don't need.
It's not really an investment.
Yeah,
It's
it's not.
investment when you're doing that real estate.
What would you do differently to protect the goods? If they want to be, they know how to be protected. You have to say, oh, it's not a good to protect the goods. There's no form of protection of the goods. It's the way you have a system that works to protect the goods. If the system doesn't work, you won't be everywhere. Even if I protect the one in my village, I'm not going to protect the one in that. Even the next village, if they have a thief there who carries it around, I won't be everywhere, just everywhere. It is the collective people who.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to take it long, and it's not work.
They will come around. Yeah, they will come around.
We are talking about obedience in the state. Wake up in the state. We're relying on the camp, this. I'm sure we'll have a lot of people to be able to be present in the during the election. We'll all be there. And we'll, this is not something we can solve by fighting. We can't solve it by shooting people. We can't be saying things have to be done right, and we are champion of doing it wrong. So when people say, Peter, you cannot do this, you cannot do it. Oh, Peter is not strong. Oh, Peter is not going to do it. Just like I told you that I'm the most qualified person. No politician today in Nigeria moves around. And I go by road. I can tell you, call any road now, I'll tell you how bad or good that road is. When I was campaigning, I was in due southern Maiduguri, southern Borno. I was in Katangi, Kadan Bongo. I was in Numa. I went to places nobody had ever been, and I still do that. Some of it I regret that I do. I was telling somebody today, they can say this. I went to Kogi just about a month ago, and I left a village, Plumon, late in the evening, and I came to a place where we were my security men, nice people. They said to me, we won't allow you to go beyond here. And I said, why? They said, because if you go beyond here, we know it's not safe. And it will pain us when anything happens to you. I said, you know, I want every single police and balance in all
100.
He said, stay here with us. And I was praying, and they even knew that I was praying. At the time, I said, what time is it now? About 2:08. Yeah. So how long will it take us from here to something? 2.5 hours. And I said to her, well, we have no alternative. Let's go. And luckily for us, like I said, at 10 p.m. we were And then I said, you can't go from Nsukka to Enugu. I said, if I'm going to Nsukka now, let's Enugu will face them. Let's go to Enugu. When I got to Enugu, they were interested in a big man in Enugu told me. He said, Peter, he actually thinks that they've given up hope, and anybody will be taking that risk that night. That's why they're not there. Because they now come during the day, because they will not believe that the human being will come out at night. Knowing how dangerous it is. We didn't see any cycle, we didn't see any human being, it was all. But what I say, we think we do that in order to continue what we do. So it's not out of fear. But they can't go around shooting people. We can only do the right thing. I want an election in Anambra State. Somebody else was mistakenly declared. I was in court for 3 years. When I was being insisted, I was asked to give people money. I said, I can't give people money for doing the wrong thing. And because I didn't do anything wrong. I think challenge anybody. One, go and read my impeachment notice. It's still there for everybody to see. But what will shock you? There is nowhere in House of Assembly of Anambra State where my reason for impeachment is documented. Say today. It was not documented because there was nothing to document. What happened? Because I need to explain to you something because I asked why. I was impeached for 3. Number one is when individual was born, they bought the office of was born. Housemaid was leave, the Lord was born. So the day I became governor, there was no office for governor. There was no place for governor to live. And I asked him as a man, he told me that never I stay. He's governor house. And it was stupid because I was in my village, people were coming there. But anyway, in the budget already passed the Anambra State government, they had to rebuild the governor's government house, which is the office, was 298 million naira. Approved budget. In the building house, for 4 and rebuilt the government for 100,000. Everything. The only thing I didn't buy, you always say, so when the thing used by your company, which they kept one side, I saw it kept in one storage there, and I was inspecting, and I asked them, why?
So, guys, I mentioned earlier on that there were I found 2 APC guys here. They're actually sitting right in front of me right now. But one of them has actually left. Well, 2 of them just left now. because I knew them from particular case in the courthouse. I knew that we've met there before. I knew them from a case in the courthouse. One of the guys asking me that what am I doing here back then? So to my head actually seated in front of me, and it was recording throughout. Every time everybody laughed, it's just recording. And it was recorded to send to whatever. So what really pissed me off was that an obedience is right next to me. He was talking to me. So the guys just come back and I was like, you are spoiling my recording. I'm trying to record. I was like, are you okay, Mr. You're in a town hall. You're in a town hall. CEO is speaking. You're not talking to kids. Behind you, distinguished that is affecting you. You must be mad. So, there's something that's
Jimmy, we can't hear you anymore. Jimmy, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's kind of it's kind of muffled.
Your voice is breaking, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's breaking. You're breaking up. We can hardly make sense of what
The
you're saying.
network. It's the network.
Okay.
They're switching it on and off. They don't want people to record. They do not. The bar has gone down.
Okay, so you were talking about how you punched the guy in the face.
It's fluctuating.
I said you were talking about how you punched the guy in the face. All right, let me know when you do.
All right, yeah. Just listen to you guys.
So most of them have Americans can have. What you're doing now is what I can go to do. I can tell you it will work. You know. This is confederation taking that before. I believe most of the things we have here are just this. Issue of Nigerian we can fight security. We can fight insecurity in Nigeria. Thank you. How do they? The money, I said I've been able to do. When I became governor of Anambra State, we used to have robbery that comes to Onitsha, Oka, and Nnewi, and everybody will market. That's why you have Ngwekelo that comes from Enugu, Oresikiaku that comes from Aba, and Ofaku, all of them, I can call their names. This event, he said it was under me that they have to leave.
So you didn't give your question.
We have a country. If we are at war, we declare war. And everybody knows we are at war. You can't allow non-state actors take over the state. It is either somebody is colluding with them to sustain the confusion and the corruption. You can't. We declare war now. Well, I didn't want them. Do they have more resources than the state? No. Yeah, it means I have anybody. You don't right. Whatever it is. That's why I bought every village, this thing, and told every traditional ruler, If anything happens in your state, your place, right? You go. Everybody's out of it. We have the resources to employ more hands. We have the resources to mobilize. So let nobody tell you it is difficult. It's not difficult. It's tough. Our countries have done it. It's for you to understand it. You know here. When I say, I live in Manchester. And I've gone to school in the Western world. There's nothing Western world has to offer. Apart from intangible assets of security and law and order. The only thing that is here is law and order. So you're sure, not that there's no crime here, but if anybody comes here now and shoot, the police there should be in this compound gives you a sense of
security. Security.
It is critical. So as you're going, you're sure that that if you can. When I used to live in England, I used to tell my something. When jokingly, when she argues, I say, I only argue like this because we're in England. If you argue like this in the village, I call them and the joke is that, well, have one person, your mom will not, your mom will say, I have one person in the house, I'm sure will not answer. She won't even go to it. I will write to money. So that, I don't know. But what am I saying? Because there's law and order, everybody is careful. Because if you steal, there's corruption here. But if you're lucky, because they know if you're caught, you see the consequence. If you steal, then something you pay for it. Anything you do, so people must do the right thing. And we must try to do the right thing and order. So there's nothing that makes this place better. They believe in. So stop it. So I thank you for everything, every other thing that's here is just as a beginning. But rest assured, we cannot remove or change the situation overnight. It takes time. Here, look at the number of years it took people for black people to vote. Look at the number of it takes people for even women now who are saying want to be president. Look at the number of people and everything. For a great America. I say back to me, I can see people telling me America will not allow a woman to be president. I say, is it not this America? We are referencing, and it's talking like this. So if America said this, a 27 trillion economy, women shouldn't be seen in Nigeria. But it is changing. Like I told somebody today, I said, the greatest people you can work with and more productive people are women. And I mean everything of it. Because they are close to the society, they are not caring. Because they have children, they have everything.
Yeah, they have
more women. My chief of staff, education, everybody was and they were like it. If you think that you we were productive because we agreed to be productive. So I'm pleading with everybody to not give up. You can make it work. You can change it. And I'll show you do it. Very good. Thank you once more. I came to thank you, but we almost done it. But that is what it is. The conversation. And I've learned a lot. All these things I'm going to take. Need what they are facing, what they are doing. People are talking about Hollywood and everything. You know, but actually, you know, Hollywood and everything are taking over. Even the political system now. I just say, wait, this is not part of the acting. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, let's give it up. No, it's magnetic. No, it's not. It's magnetic.
The kids want to talk to you.
Can you give one more hand of applause for our president?
Right. So, a student of the school actually want to present something.
100 people and now a scholarship here at Dominican University.
Oh yeah. The man speaking right now.
Yes, please.
Is a professor.
So this money was given to the Black World Studies.
Is a professor of Igbo language in
And
Dominican University.
We give a present to anyone that comes here and satisfies the student body.
Okay.
Now, the Black World Study,
bro, we need to record this.
Might be bringing the excellency here again because you heard him quote logical syllogism when he was talking, right? It means that he might have majored in philosophy. And that's what I teach. So we might invite him whenever he retires from politics to have a seat here at American University in political philosophy. So with that, we say thank you very much for the job well done.
All right, so they're presenting gifts.
When he was sitting in the green room over there, as a matter of fact, it's very hard there. And he said, turn off the air conditioning. I forgot that he's from Nigeria. So we got him a jacket from Dominican University that's going to keep him warm. One more presentation, please. Yesterday, when a group of people came down here to survey the university and this auditorium, I heard Nze Eric was talking. Guess what he said? He said that we need to start recognizing some of our people that go out of their ways to be very resourceful to our community. I stole that information. Well, so I talked to my students of Black World Studies. They said we need to institute that and we need to start today. So one at a time. So we're now organizing Dr. Leo Ijobi. Okay, so the second presentation is meant for Dr. Leo Ijobi. Of course, his missus is here too. So for all of you who have come to Dominican University, please come back again. And guess what? This is your home. And please take hold of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like the organizers to come up here for just a quick picture. Then we can have pictures with everybody. But organizers, and as we come, let me just In the name of closing remarks, thank all of you who were able to break the traffic and all the noise in Chicago from here. The senior politics is always confirmed to reassure the commission and we get back to you. You hear today about a man with commitment, a man with discipline, a man with vision, and a man with actual knowledge on how to make things different. The guy or the gentleman who touched the conscience of the nation.
The architect
It's all in your
of
hands.
human conscience, right?
Get it done. Do it your way. Thank you. God bless you.
I need to write it down because
Members of the organizing, please come up. Our members on the table join. Get your pictures, please, and then everybody else can come up here after that. But wait a minute.
For my conscience, right?
yeah. All right, guys. So they're trying to take pictures with PO, with the people on the high table, trying to take pictures with him, and afterwards, every single person can go and take a picture with him. And bro, is there a line? Is there a line for the picture? I think they haven't. Oh, okay. So they want the organizers to take pictures, then everyone else can take pictures with him. So they're trying to wrap up the whole thing before 10 o'clock my time, which is the next hour. It is actually 9:20 here, so we've got 40 minutes. We've got 40 minutes left to wrap up, and there is no matter whatever it is they do, there's no African time here. They need to end the whole thing by 10 o'clock, including cleaning up and everything. Otherwise, they're gonna be fined. So um, people are going on the stage to take picture with Theo now.
So Jimmy, we're done with the questions session.
Say that again.
Are we done with the question and answer session?
Yes, they're done with the question. So what happened was it was actually meant to be longer than this, but these guys they fucked up, and that was the reason why Piho tried to address that before he started. So Piho got here. The program was actually meant to start by 4 o'clock. So Piho got here by 2 p.m. He got here by 2 p.m. and he was waiting.
Wow.
And when he got there, when he got here, they were telling him that we thought you would come by 5 o'clock now. We thought you would come by 5. And it's like, why are you guys doing this? So that was what he was trying to explain to people when the whole thing started. So I'm trying to see if I can secure a picture with him. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a mess. You can imagine. You need to see the way adults are flocking around PO.
Niger factor.
Bro, it is. Look at what grandpa and grandma are doing with PO. They just want to take picture with. See the way they are. Everybody is. Bro, they are hustling this guy. Everyone is on the stage right now. Everyone is on the stage. They want to take picture with PO and is not taking any chance. So now he's begging people to let them go outside so he can take picture with them one by one. At least we have more than 400 people here, and everyone wants to take picture with him. Everybody wants to take picture with him. So what the planners intended was to have people take pictures in groups. So they were gonna have people take pictures in groups in a way whereby 20 people can be on the stage and PO is gonna be in the middle. But guess what? That did not work out well because everyone wants to stand right next to him. So
the people that on the third, fourth row were like, "Nah, I'm not having this." So in fact, people were lying down in front of him just to take pictures. Some people are kneeling down in front of him. They just want to be close to him in a way whereby they can take a picture. So I think what might end up happening is um, people standing outside on a straight line, and you just go next to him one by one to take the picture. You go next to him, you take a picture, you bounce. You go next to him, take a picture, you bounce. So I don't think I've actually seen anything like this
And
before.
he's gonna do that with 400 people.
Bro, I have no idea how that's gonna work out. I have no idea how
Oh
that is
my
gonna work out.
goodness.
But yes, let me let me see if I can pull a quick one with him. Let me see if I can take a quick one with him. Let me see if I can pull a quick one with Theo.
Yeah.
Let me see if I
Try,
can
try,
do that.
try.
I
We'd
did
like to see
that.
it.
Oh my
We'd like to see it, Jimmy.
goodness. All right, I took a. All right, so I took a quick one. It wasn't really clear, but yeah, I'm not giving any chances.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Can you are you gonna share it
Bro,
anytime soon?
bro, it's a mess. People are rushing this dude. You need to understand.
I can understand.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, sir, I think that would be the best idea for people to line up and just do it one by one. Yeah, line up and just do it one by one. Line up and let's do it. Yeah. See, I don't organize that now. Can we? Yeah. Can we? A straight line. A straight line.
Come on, they'll listen to you.
Yeah.
Another picture.
Yeah.
Fall behind me.
Straight.
Okay. Fall behind me.
All right. I'm behind you. All right. Behind. Bro, I told you that's what's probably gonna happen. I told you that's what's probably gonna happen.
Yeah, it's always like that when he,
All right, guys, just hold on for me. Just give me some time, please. Give me some time. I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
Jimmy, have fun. Let's see what we can do on this side. Yeah, Willie. Whoa, sorry, I said Willie. Will, what are you saying?
No, I say it's always like that when, whenever he goes for such kind of occasion, as in whenever he has such kind of program especially in the United States. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so everybody wants to take picture with him, and trust me, he's that patient, and he will tell the people, especially if they start becoming very rowdy kind of, he would tell them that they should have patience, that definitely he will take picture with each and every one of them. So he doesn't, the number, notwithstanding, trust me, PO will he will stand there and make sure that everyone gets a picture with him. So yeah, that's the kind of person he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know how he does it though. I don't know how.
Bro, are you asking someone? You didn't see him during the campaign? PO that could
Yeah,
be PO that could be in 10 places within an hour.
I
When I
know.
say 10 places, I'm talking of like cities. You see PO in Enugu, the next minute he's in Borno State, the next minute he's in the UK, the next minute. Bro, that man, as in, I just don't understand.
Yeah.
The kind of strength, energy, everything, vigor that
Mhm.
I'm telling you, he's just something else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know. Yeah. All right. We're gonna wait to see if Jimmy will show up with that picture. Let's see if it came out right. In the meantime, I think I captured most of what he was saying. And the best part for me was that line that we should turn night vigils to night shift. I thought that was good. Yeah, we need to do that in Nigeria. But beyond that, we're having this conversation before. I don't know. Justice, where is the? Oh, it's not here on the space anymore. Yeah. So having that discussion about PO identifying with the Democrats. Anyway, I see that more people join the space later. I'm sure by now you guys can see what the space is about. It's not your typical typical space. But if you have any thoughts on what's the conversation, the ongoing conversation about PO identifying with the Democratic Party, please come up and share your thoughts with us. We would like to hear from you. That would be a great place to until Jimmy comes back and we'll go from there. Beyond that, I'm sure the guys that were in the hall, I'm sure they had a great time nonetheless, in spite of all the glitches. Primarily time management, I think, was the thing I observed at the event, which is one thing that we are known for as Nigerians. It's called the African time. So, anyways, it is what it is at this point. So I don't know. Will, have you been following the convention, the DNC? I'll wait for Jimmy.
Yeah. I was watching it alongside listening to PO, but at some point I had to just turn the convention volume down so I can actually hear what PO was saying clearly because his voice, PO has his own voice, and then the the positioning. I don't know how Jimmy positioned the phone, but I mean, all the same, if you put the phone close to your ear or you use an earpiece, you can hear better.
I had the same difficulty actually.
Yeah, it was a struggle, but at least the message was, the message he was putting out there was well gotten at least.
Yeah. He cracked a joke about diaspora voting, like they let us vote. I didn't catch that joke.
Yeah, seriously, if in 2024 we're still talking of diaspora, but with all the technology in place and everything in this world, in this day and age, we're still debating, and they're not even bringing them out. I'm saying debating that we are the ones debating it. They in the government don't even talk about it at all. So
they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, it's really, really Nigeria is just too far behind in a lot of things, and it's just disheartening. Seriously,
a few African countries have diaspora voting. In fact, the latest election, Rwanda, they had diaspora voting. I had some friends Rwandan who voted outside of Rwanda. They had to travel. I mean, you can, again, it is Rwanda, but at least it's there. If you understand, I don't want to say
it's not rocket science now. It's not rocket science. It's just, you see, there's just this thing we have in Nigeria, like everything due to vested interests and corrupt interest and what have you, and then for a lot of reasons, sincerely, I know just a lot of reasons, which I don't want to mention here, it's just why they are suppressing this diaspora voting, and because they know, if they start such, there'll be a tilt, and diasporans will probably be the decider of a lot of elections in Nigeria, especially the general elections. I'm telling you, the diasporans, it's always that so-called whatever minority or whatever, because of course in this case I would say diasporans are in minority compared to the millions of people in Nigeria, so definitely diasporans might be in a tight knit election. Diasporans might be tiebreaker eventually for who wins the election in an election that is not a landslide kind of election. Election that is tending towards an election that is likely, if it's just Nigerians that voted, that is likely to end up in a, what do you call it, in a rerun. Diasporans might be the ones to actually cause the rerun to be avoided. So, but for whatever reason, it's just pathetic, I'm telling you. But PO has vowed that if he ever comes to power at any point, it's a priority for him to get that in place.
Yeah, it is. It is sad. I think what year was that a petition came from the diaspora to the Nigerian Senate, and the Senate president was like telling the guy that was telling the petitions, like, hey, let's be guided. Diaspora people. I mean, it's really embarrassing if you think about it, that we contribute roughly $20 billion amounts of money that comes from diaspora into that country. When that's 20 billion added to that GDP. Jimmy, are you there? Okay.
Avoid such even what do you go Congress?
No. Okay.
I don't go. But if I go that, I can do.
All right. I think Pio might be speaking. I think he wanted us to. Jimmy, are you there? Anyways, so like I was saying, to think that with the amount of money that goes into that country from the diaspora, we have no say in the affairs of that country.
Exactly. Seriously. It's unheard of.
I think that we have to show that we are angry. I don't know how we're going to do that, Will.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, and
it's unacceptable, right?
Yes. Okay. Here's the thing, right?
Hey guys, I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Man, it's a mess. It's a mess. They couldn't even follow the line. They couldn't follow instructions. They didn't let him take pictures with people. I mean, I'm talking about grandfathers, grandmother, old people. You need to see the way they were acting, man. But I mean, it's from a side of love.
They are starstruck, Jimmy. They are starstruck. It's okay,
bro. I totally understand. I'm not actually angry because I totally understand the vibe. This man is a gem, guys. This man is a gem, and I'm not disappointed. I got a glimpse. Okay, the thing is, I was able to talk to him. I was able to shake him, hold him. I was walking with him as he was walking along. But to take the picture is crowded. You need to understand. It is crowded. Man, boy, it's a feeling. It's a feeling that unexplainable, to be honest with you. And I love it. I love it because this is someone I've been seeing on TV. I've been hearing about and everything. I never thought I would, even meet him in the first place, but it's such a great feeling knowing that it's not even a myth. Okay, it's a great feeling touching someone someone you've been clamoring for, someone you believe in, So it's a fun field day for me. Um, so as I was walking out of the hall. He was walking towards my part, so I strategically positioned myself in a way whereby I will walk through my part. It, I don't even know how to explain this. It's You guys need to understand what was. Didn't actually want him to leave. People didn't want this man to leave. The MC couldn't control anybody. They couldn't control anybody. Everyone is just elated, you know. Everyone was just elated. A lot of people weren't even paying attention to what he was saying. They just wanted him to just leave that, stage and take pictures. But he got here 2 p.m., guys. Peter got here 2 p.m. before the event. He wanted to. He's actually going back to, I think, to his hotel now, and he'll be leaving Chicago on Thursday, because what they're doing ends on Thursday. So he'll be leaving Chicago on Thursday. So um, it's a lot of people are communicating with him to know when he's going to be going to other states. So I think there might be there's a possibility that he might be heading to another American state before he returns. But for now,
Is it Jimmy? Do you know if he's coming to Cali?
I have no idea, but I can find out. I can find out.
Find out. Sharp.
I saw the people, all the people you see him with in the courtroom during the tribunal. They're all here. The man with the white beard.
Yeah, that's
That man.
Obaze. His name is Obaze.
Yeah, I took a picture with that one, and there is no particular one that doesn't say anything. People were complaining that who is this man? He's with a very thick mustache, and he hangs around him all the time during the whole tribunal, period. The guy too is here. Apparently, he's a surgeon. Oh my goodness, he's a surgeon. He's a millionaire. But yeah, the whole place was really packed, and what makes it interesting is the fact that all the people there, they are not all these cheap. These are top dogs, in their fields. Everyone is here, and what made me quite happy about the whole thing was that, regardless how important these guys are, because they all had their business cards and everything. I'm talking about physicians. I'm talking about opticians, dentists. These are big people that you buy the cars they brought you. These guys are well to do. But yeah, the way they're still tossing themselves around PU, you just be like, wow, this man is a germ. Is a germ. So I managed to take a picture with him while he was working. I don't really like that picture. So yeah, I don't like that picture.
Can we tweak it with AI?
Nah.
With AI?
Nah.
Tudo,
I honestly don't. I don't like that picture.
Tudo, to your question, I think he's heading to Maryland next. I put it on the
I'm not
jumbotron.
sure, but whatever he's doing, he's still in Chicago till Thursday or maybe Friday. He'll be leaving on Friday.
Yeah.
But yeah, Oshiba too.
Yeah, I came across the poster. I think I'm gonna put it on the jumbotron.
Okay.
He'll be in Maryland from 23rd to 25th.
All right.
Okay. And so I think after Maryland is going elsewhere, because he was harassed today. It was out of all the outing I've been seeing of PO, even in America here, Chicago was actually different, because number one, after the speeches, he always hang around and take pictures with people and everything. You see all that, but there's something different about Chicago. Number one, the crowd. I wasn't expecting the amount of people that actually came. And I think what made it these AST is considering the fact that the organizers, they messed up. They messed up. They were depending on
Jimmy, I've
African
never
time.
seen anything like this before in my life. All my
Bro,
years.
I've never seen it to myself. I
Most
have
of the
never seen
events
it.
I've gone for, we will wait for hours.
Yeah.
They will say, "Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, please be patient.
Yeah.
Our guest of honor is on his way. We are still waiting."
Yeah. Yeah, for real. No, bro. It was you heard him when they said it was actually getting cold. Sorry, hot at the point in time they had to put on the AC for him in the green room.
Can
He
you
was
imagine?
staying. He was waiting. He was
Can you
waiting
imagine?
on them.
Imagine that.
And they were like, "Oh no, you came early." That they were thinking it would come by 5 o'clock.
Imagine.
I knew the program was meant to start by 4, but I targeted that I'll be here by 5:30 because I wanted a situation whereby I'll be around when he starts speaking. I don't want to start all those beginning introduction and all those. I just wanted to hear him speak, and that was it. But sadly, when I got here, it hasn't even started. And he was hungry when he got here. But you know, Pio, his anger is just the little stars. You know, he's just very casual. You know, but he made it clear to them that, I mean, you guys are in America, for crying out loud. Why are you doing Nigerian time? You said, yeah, you said 5 o'clock. 4 o'clock, and we're meant to start 4 o'clock. He actually came early so he can prepare and actually take picture with people.
That was disappointing,
And
man.
they stopped him. They stopped him from taking pictures with people. And what was the reason? They said because once people take picture with him, they'll probably just leave, which was quite true. Because, bro, if I had taken picture with him, I would have left.
It's not their fault.
Yeah, it's not their fault, but yeah. Then again, they messed up with the time.
Jimmy, in the US, you know how this works. If a politician is coming to an event, a fundraiser, handshake. Obama came to my hood one time. Handshake na $5,000.
Can you imagine, bro? Can you imagine handshake?
Handshake na.
Oh no! I mean, yeah, there was one he did before the election. There was
second term
he
when
did
he
before the
ran
election
against Romney.
No, I'm talking about Peter Obi. There was one Peter Obi did before the election. But I think that was for fundraising. And I think it was 1,000 naira for
I'm
people
just
to
saying
get
that
it.
was a fundraiser.
$1,000.
Yeah, after I used to live in Houston, Texas at the time. Handshake now $5,000. Picture, brother. You won't take it. You know how much picture be? You know how much picture be? Picture at $10,000. Though. Picture at $10,000.
Just picture.
Jimmy.
$10,000.
How much video go come be? Video go come be how much?
No video. No, I will not accept.
You know if you
I
do
won't accept
selfie, you know if you do selfie.
Who go dash you
selfie? I was telling the obedient right next to me, Mavis. I was telling him, I said, bro, just hold. I have 3 phones. I said, just carry this phone. When I don't deal with PO, just they press and they go. I go they sort them out later. Just they press and they go. Just keep pressing. But that chance never happened.
Yeah.
But it was lucky. He took a selfie with PO. I saw it. It was it was great. It was great. But yeah, I had fun having this engagement, and I felt fulfilled when I stepped out of the hall because I shook him more than 3-4 times. I spoke to him more than 3-4 times, and he acknowledged the fact that, Jimmy, because I was the one that warned him not to apologize on our behalf anymore. The time he apologized with he was apologizing to Shoyinka the other day, so it was like, Jimmy. I said, yeah. Violent Space, Saddam. He said, oh, Jimmy. I said, yes, sir. So, but I could not. This was him walking, and I was just doing like, you guys need to see me. But I said, I'll go start my own paparazzi something says now. I was hustling this man with my phone just to, have a conversation with him. But at the same time, there was a space going on.
Yeah, Jimmy, you were saying something about. I heard you say something about some APC people that came, but it was cracking, so I didn't hear you very well. Like,
oh yeah. Some APC guys were there. there's this particular two APC guys. I've met them before back in I think this was last year when we had the court hearing with Atiku. You know, it was myself, MND, one obedient guy like that, and Mr. Jackson. So it was Mr. Jackson that I saw in the court that day, and we're just gisting. I never even knew he was a Tiku guy. So we're just talking generally because it was a case against Tinubu, CSI, and yeah, Tinubu. Sorry, Atiku, CSI, and Tinubu. So these guys came to the courthouse. They're APC guys, and they were like, "What are you guys doing here? Can you get out of this place?" And all these pot belly looking ugly, crackheads, all these cab men. That was what they were, talking about back then. So I just told them, I said, you guys must be, you must be crazy. Do you think this is Nigeria? What do you mean? What am I doing here? This is a courthouse. Mr. Jackson had a go at them as well. So they didn't like the fact that we were there to cover what was going on regarding the court case, because I had a space going on and I was updating the people live from the courthouse. So the moment I saw them today, I knew immediately that they are APC guys. The two APC guys that I first saw are totally different from these ones. But it was when we entered, I now got to realize that, hold on a minute, these faces, they look familiar. So coincidentally, one of them was sitting right in front of me, and he was with a phone. He was recording all throughout. He was recording, and the other one was sitting down about 3 seats away from the first one, the same row. So he kept videoing PO all throughout. When they were doing their whole introduction, he wasn't videoing, he wasn't recording. But when PO started, he brought his phone, he was recording. And while he was doing that, myself and the obedient right next to me were just gisting, we were whispering, right? And this guy was trying to caution us a couple of times that you are spoiling my video. I'm recording for someone, you are spoiling my video. So I told him, you want to send them go meet Bulaba? And he looked back. I said, yeah, you want to send them go meet Bulaba? So he was actually not comfortable with the fact that we were whispering at the back. We were whispering. We didn't want to disturb PO's speech, and we didn't want it to affect people listening on the space as well. So, but he kept asking silly questions. So eventually, he got tired. He had to leave that place, and he went to another seat above us. I mean, you know how lecture rooms are in abroad, so it was way above us. He could record that way, but he was acting really mad, shushing us and telling us to be quiet. I said, this is a town hall. Are you okay? Do you know what a town hall is? People are always talking, so they were passing trays of garden egg and ground granules, garden egg and granules, and they took it outside. But yeah, that was just it. But the moment I cited those APC guys, I knew, yeah, these guys are APC straight away because I've seen their faces before. So yeah, but I mean, everybody had fun, and it was a good engagement. So, but what really made the whole rush hour happen was the fact that by 8 o'clock the program should have ended, and they had to end by 9:20. So by 8 o'clock, if the program had ended by 8 o'clock, I mean by 4 to 8, that is 4 hours. So the program was meant to end by 10 o'clock. So right now they're probably just cleaning up and everything. So it tried to just give them extra time by staying, as late as this. Normally, you could have just ended it by 8 o'clock and spend the remaining time to take pictures with people. And we're telling people, line up, just one straight line. Bro, nobody was listening. But yeah, that was just what happened regarding the APC guys.
All right. Thank you for not punching them in the face.
No, I wouldn't have done that because it was the moment you mentioned that, I almost laughed out loud. It was more like we're in the cinema. Yeah, that was the vibe I felt.
Yeah.
It was more like we're in the cinema. That was the vibe I was getting from the whole thing. And lastly, I was gonna say something. I totally forgot. But yeah, I mean the experience is worth it. Spending that quality time with PO.
Yeah.
It was worth it.
Okay. All right. Let's take Anze. I was going to ask you about the organization itself. If you knew them before, if you were part of them, the organizing committee, all of that.
Oh no. I've never met them before. I never knew them. In fact, I'm meeting most of them for the very first time. But it's like they they've been established for a very long time. They've been established for a very long time, and there was a poll they had that they now decided if they were going to bring PO, and they all signed to it, and that was the conclusion of them bringing it. In fact, they didn't even know about any Twitter supporter or obedient or whatever. They did not. It wasn't an obedient thing for them. They were just proud Igbo people coming together to appreciate to appreciate PO for coming. So they didn't do it as an Igbo event, right? They just came together to put it out to people that they want to bring him to Chicago to thank everybody. So it was an open event. Tom, Dick, and Harry can come. Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, there were a lot of Yoruba people there, Hausa people were there. But the organizers were primarily Igbo people. And this is based on the fact that they've known themselves for a very long time, which is, that's absolutely okay by me. So the whole point was he came and he thanked everybody. That was what really does matter.
That's good. That's good. All right. Thank you. Anze, welcome.
Hello. Greetings to everyone. Thank you. I don't want to say much, and I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say a huge shout out and thank you to my dear younger brother. I can't love you less, Jimmy. What you do, how you do it, is always appreciated. Always, always with the passion. Makes me want to be young again, as in those ages of being a fighter. But I accept humbly my years, and I appreciate what I can do now. But I just wanted to thank you because I am thinking everybody listening is out here in some form of abroad or not, and appreciate what it means for time. Every time counts. Every time where you live in the abroad counts. I don't care how wealthy you are or how well off you are. But you have given this time since 2 o'clock. I did send you a private message to say that, look, I can't join you from the beginning because I'm just, work schedule is going to be difficult for me. But you made out not just the time, the day, right? And you could have done anything else with your time, but you did that for us, and it's truly appreciated. And I pray that one day, what you wish for Nigeria, as we all do, will happen in your lifetime sooner than we all think. So guys, if you're on this platform, please truly appreciate this young man, because he gives out his heart for everything that he does, and it's truly an honor and a privilege for me to say I breathe the same air in the world like you do. What a time in history to be recorded down for this to happen, right? I truly thank you. I appreciate all you do. And to my other younger brother, Tudo, that does not listen to me. Anyway, Sha, I can't love you less as well. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being on space, for making out the time. I'm driving, as you can hear. I'm always on the road. Baba kete kete nimi, abi mama kete kete nimi. So please, if I cannot mention all names, please don't be upset. But I will not forget one person that is near and dear to my heart, Miss Pat. Miss Pat does not need to be here, but Miss Pat lovingly, willingly comes to our space generously to share her time with us. And for you, my friend, I honor you. I appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. And Jimmy, once again, thank you for all you do. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Anze. God bless you too. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Your moral support, encouragement, sweet words, kind words. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tudo back to you.
Yeah. Anzi, my neighbor. You don't drop. The day PO will come to the West Coast, we're going to organize that special panel yam that he will eat. Now we go run am. Now me and you go run am sharp. Yeah, why are you throwing up that face? Now me and you go run that panel yam where PO go eat. And yeah, Pat, Miss Pat. I told Pat before that she should have been in Nigeria and something happened. I don't know. Something definitely happened that prevented that from happening. I don't know. All right. We are here, guys. It's a appreciation tour. Thank you, Anze. Thank you for your kind words. Town hall event in Chicago. Jimmy's on the ground live. He's been hustling at the event. But I thought we all listened to PO and a few other speakers, and it was an interesting conversation. And there was one that we were also having here. We're talking about diaspora, those of us in the diaspora, and how primarily we've been neglected by our government back home in Nigeria. We contribute to the tune of $20 billion annually to that country. And it's as though we don't exist. We can't vote. We can sponsor any kind of legislation that they will take us seriously. We should really be upset, but for some reason we're not, and life just goes on. There are a few other African countries that actually do have diaspora voting. They do. Why not? Why not Nigeria? So these are some of the things that, if we are really serious, we need to be talking about. We need to be pushing some of these things. We need to be upset. We need to be angry. The amount of money we contribute to the GDP of that country on an annual basis. We should have a voice. We really should. And PO touched on that in terms of diaspora contribution to Nigeria. He talked about electoral reform and some of these other things. Anyways, Chris, go ahead.
I beg, you don't reach item 7. I just dey wake up.
I don't even sure say Jimmy even carries Jimmy all that jollof rice. Or what you say then get? Did you taste anything?
Bro, I wasn't even. Bro, people they will go through those food. People were not even interested in food. You don't understand. People were not interested. They just want to take picture with PO. People were not interested in the food. The garden egg and the granuts, everything will be there. Everything will be on the there. People were not bothered about all those things. They just want to take picture with PO. Want to take picture with PO. That was their wahala at that point in time, and I totally understand. Honestly speaking, it was not about food to the people. I mean, it's America. People get food for house. It's late. Some people are just coming from work. Some people are trapped in the traffic. The place is 1 hour away from my house, actually. I'm driving back home now, and a lot of people came out of state from Phoenix, from Georgia. They came to CPO here because I think it's closer to them than going to other states. Some people are going to CPO. Every state is going. Some people have booked their ticket to go with him when he leaves to Baltimore. People are ready to go with him anywhere he's going in America here. The particular lady that spoke to him earlier on was telling him how she can get access into the DNC, and that was the back and forth discussion they were having and everything. They just want to be around him. They want to stay around him, and he has his crew as well that goes around with him all the time. So, but yeah, there was no time for food, bro. There was no time for
You know,
that. And
that's nice. I started listening when Pio started talking. I dozed off. I just woke up and the next thing I'm hearing Madam Answer's voice. All those people that are coming now are there. They're too much. They will shut up. That's how you know reach us. People are too much. They should be staying that. They should be staying outside first.
man, bro, people were much compared to all the outing I've seen PO done abroad. People were much. People were quite, yeah. So, but yeah, they say they will put out there. Hopefully, maybe picture will carry me. Maybe camera. They use their camera and snap me at a point in time because I couldn't.
Jimmy.
I couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, there was something he said that was quite instructive. He said that during his time as governor of Anambra State, that if he was doing the kind of commissioning people are doing today, that Nigerians will shout.
You say media go blow now. Media tired. They try to cover. But he now said something. He said, well, people are telling him that he could have done it. He said, well, I'm not going to argue with them. Maybe. And he did the sad face. He said, maybe. But to be honest, back then, it didn't make sense to me. Because to set them up is 5 million, 10 million. That would build another classroom for some children. That was my mindset. I didn't think about it, but now they are now using it as a way to score marks and all that. But I mean, the people that knew I did something, they knew what I did, and it's still there. So that's the reason why he kept repeating all these things, and everyone can confirm, and that's where his slogan of "Go and verify" comes from.
But the other thing, Jimmy, is that when Pio was governor, we didn't have, like we have today, a plethora of apps, mobile apps. Yeah, social investment, exactly. Social media presence was pretty much at its minimum.
Yeah, not necessarily social media. What they were telling him was that you want to launch or open a road. You just go there with scissors, bam, you cut them. You go with video, they will camera the whole thing. That was what they was telling him. They were telling him rather because they believe if it was recorded, it would have been a thing entirely. The videos will be what people will be using, to show all the things he has done in the past. So that was what he was focusing on. Yeah. So it wasn't about the whole social media. It was more like maybe recordings of many of those videos. So it was saying he did a lot. He said he did a lot of roles. He just wasn't bothered about recording them, calling news channels to come and cover the whole thing. But yeah, paparazzi, all those things. He said, yeah, he was more focused about the money. That money will build classrooms for kids. He will do this. He will do that. He was more interested in that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shame that I missed the entire thing. I was just looking out for, me, I would have made nuggets. I would have picked nuggets and probably make profit.
And yeah, that reminds me, that in black when they wear, don't be China material. Don't be China material. Don't be all those China material, be like school uniform material. Guys, that was some high quality shit. I was closer to him. I saw the material. I felt it. I was like, yes, this is legit. Not be China where it will go look like all these China material, like all this monk uniform. No. You know, I don't know. I think it's even article material, some high quality article material. You know, it's different from what you see. The videos and the pictures are not doing justice to that material. You know, they make it look like casual black. No, that man's material looks like a sophisticated guinea, or it's article material, but on a different level. The quality is sleek and clean, neat. So they don't do all those embroidering and all. No. But when you get closer to him, you know, say this one legit, confirm money.
And that black he wears, it gives me the see.
Sorry?
Every time I see Pio when he comes out in his black, it gives me that vibe of Neo in the Matrix.
My brother, that material today, man. I mean, getting where Sabi material, you know, say yes, this is legit. So yeah,
All right. Crazy. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just a few seconds. I was just going to say, maybe I can listen to the space later. Okay, thank goodness it's recorded. Probably listen again and see what nuggets I can make out of all that Pio said. And I'm talking about Pio. That I woke up earlier today and I saw Pio is Democrat with some laughing emoji, and I was like, if I wasn't expecting any different, like if you know Pio very well, and you've been a good disciple of Pio and what he says and what the message he tries to pass across every time, you wouldn't be surprised that he's leaning towards Democratic Party. And I remember after the election, people were trying to dissect and push forward the things that Pio didn't do right and why he I don't like saying he lost it because he didn't lose the election. He clearly won it. But people are saying things like, oh, Pio is not aligning with the appropriate quarters, he's not aligning with the appropriate movement, appropriate ethnicity, and all of that. But look at him, he's aligning now. If you're putting two and two together, um, who knows? Maybe the Democrats are still going to be in government. And if he's aligning now, it's a win for him if the Democratic Party comes back in the government. But if the Republican win, it's still a win-win for him because just think about it. I mean, so I don't understand how people. Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. How people come out to want to, drag PO and say, it's leaning towards the Democratic. But there again, it's a shame I couldn't listen. I missed it.
Well, I just got an information that PO is heading back to the DNC. That he's still on. I think Barack is even
coming. PO is coming. He's coming. PO is coming.
So there is a particular out of his speech tonight. There's a particular one that struck me hard when he said, "When I become president, all the churches, there will be no more night vigil. It will be night shift. All the churches, the churches where the factories are meant to be, by the way, not all the churches." He said he was talking about factories whereby
I got that too, Jim.
and it will be night shift instead of night vigil.
You see?
Man,
Yeah.
Jimmy, can I chime in really quickly?
Some of us have been proposing this. Some of us have been proposing for a long time. you know, now occupied by churches. So I was basically trying to draw that parallel between the loss of all of those industries, and each time they left, churches moved in. So all of the major ministries that we know now in Nigeria, from your RCCG to Christ Embassy to MFM, Household of God, all of them are currently sitting on former factory warehouses, all of them. And it's a terrible trend for our country. So, anyways, so when he said that, yeah, I was like, okay, that's an endorsement right there. No, really, it's what some of us have been saying. Like, yeah, it's about time. All of these edifices that are holding, you know, you don't build nations like that. Again, it's not an attack on faith, you know, but the practice of faith and organized religion is a we're having. Um, we all know that if you study economies all around the world, you know,
it's not necessarily like, and to your point, it's not necessarily an attack on the religious institutions in Nigeria, right? It's just simply saying that all of those places that churches have taken over, that they will become, you know, a productive environment. Because for churches to take over a place, anywhere you go in the world, the poorer the neighborhood, the more the churches. Even here in the United States, the more the churches, the more the mosque, the more the whatever. So as a neighborhood, as they come out more for, let's say, weekly Sunday services, let's say bi-weekly Sunday services, or 2 times a week. It's no longer, people are now productive. So people are no longer going to midst of hopelessness, galloping inflation, people losing their job every day, insecurity, people getting kidnapped and not coming back home. There has to be something to give hope. And that is what the religious that I just want to point it out there, but thank you very much for your point.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Well said. Well said. Thank you, bro.
I feel like, can I go really quickly?
Yeah. I wanted to go to Feji, but real quick on that point.
No,
real
I
quick.
was just gonna say that you know, I didn't attend the PW's lecture because I was actually and factories needs to be massaged a little better. Nigeria, we all know what Nigeria is like and how Nigerians are. I think Peter Obi is at a point where he when you make utterances about things that have to do with religion, tribe, and stuff like that, you know, you really have to massage the conversation really nicely as being anti-religion, and that is extremely religious. And Tudor, we've had this conversation about church, right? You know where I stand, and we have to be much more mindful, right?
Nigeria right now.
Sorry for
Right now.
dreaming. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Maximum,
No,
I
sorry,
want
sorry.
to.
I,
I
I, I
want
think
to.
Stop the gun. Incoming. Sorry, wait a second. Let's.
the point the other brother raised is very valid, but I
Yeah.
think things are so desperate. Fuel has been scarce for over a month.
Yeah.
Flights coming out of Nigeria are getting cancelled.
Very much to do. Greetings to you, Jimmy. Jimmy, well done. Oh. Thank you for bringing it to us live and direct from Chicago. Thank you, Worthy. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. But anyway, I wanted to speak on Tudo. You figure out how we can push that diaspora voting, because I think in the long run it's going to be going at them for a while, like Akpabio and the rest of them, right? Really figure out how we can push this diaspora. Depends on
No, I totally agree with you, and we need.
we're very complacent. I think that needs to change. We need to really work towards sitting down and coming up with ideas on how to. That should be one of the most important.
Your campaign, but when you get there, this is what we need from you.
God will bless you. In fact, whoever, all the lawyers that we know, we need to come together and really brainstorm how we can push. We need to, this is the time to push it, because the Senate, I think, is a bit weak right now. Lobby, more. We got to put our money where our mouth is.
Do we even have lobbies?
No, we not get. Sorry, now for lack of better word.
At National Assembly that are lobbying for us in the diaspora, do we have them? Anyone? Is there a lobbying group?
I don't know. I don't know. Does some
we might have
this is how
few,
politics work. It's not just sitting back and we got to form like PACs, like political action. That is huge.
Absolutely. I'm willing to. I'm willing to put my time in. I really want us to get to do this as soon as we can. Get it.
Right now. Okay, we have about 77 people in the space right now. So there is something that is cooking one, which is ARM, and we're doing something towards what Feji just brought up. And there's another one. There is another one that um they're being held by both Americans, Black Americans, and Nigerians. So the effect of this is this: they are the committees that are in charge of all Black Africans, all Africans. So the whole idea is this: they want to put the weight, because they have the voting demography. They want to put that weight on any presidential candidate or any saying that all Nigerians in America will not vote for Lagbaja, Lagbaja, Lagbaja if you don't stand for this is what we want. This is what we want. We don't want them to pass this bill. This is what we want. This is what we want. Again, Nigerian American Political Action Committee is actually called NAPAC about it. And I'm gonna be hosting that space. But now that Feji brought it up, I thought I should let you know that there's a lot going on the ground, and all this boils down to it's been a work that's been going on for a while now. It's just happening to now coming to almost 80%, and it's based on the fact that sorry, yeah, my kids, they've not seen me all day. Those don't worry, this is gonna fight you. Is I'm here now. So instruction: do not vote for Lagbaja because he's not in support of our political views. Okay, so and they're gonna be representing each country. So if it's gonna be Kenya, whatever support they need, whatever Kenya needs, they will support Kenya. And any country that wants to be part of that, if you want their votes in America, then you negotiate. Nigeria American Political Action Committee. Write it down. Google about it, find out about it, and it will launch in a very unique way. And they want to get it done on Twitter as well. When they're ready with the date and everything, I'll let you know. I'll be the one hosting that space, and you get to meet the people, the short scholars that are behind it. And this is besides ARM. I'm part of that as well. That's another topic entirely. incoming viruses. Yeah, we might want to speak about that at a point in time. But for now, but yeah, I can still spare like 1 hour to get people speak their mind before we call it a day. Thank you. Back to you, Tudor.
Okay,
Yeah. Please go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So thank you very much, Jimmy, for saying that, because that the so happy that you mentioned it. I don't know the Nigerian American committee that you just talked about. I don't know if they're taking members. I'd like to be a part of it. Eventually, I guess when you bring it to the space, then we'll really know for sure what's going on, because we really, really need to put our money where our mouth is. We cannot, I feel like every time we're on spaces and we're talking and talking and talking, I just feel like we're wasting a lot of valuable time by doing it. The talking is good because we're sensitizing people, but at the same time, we really, really need to get busy with putting things in place to make sure we get our country back in the direction it should be going in. So thank you so much for saying that. I guess that answers my question. But anytime you guys are having those spaces, please, I'd like to be a part of it, because I really, really want to be able to share the ideas that I have as well, with regards to coming together and pushing, and whether we need to get one of those senators knuckleheads and force it down their throat or whatever. But anyway, thank you. I yield.
Definitely, I'll make a flyer about it. I'll make a flyer about it. I'll schedule the place and I'll let everyone know upfront before we do it. Thank you, Fedji. Back to you.
Yeah, yeah. Well said. Great point. Great point. I wonder how some of these lousy bills that we've been hearing of lately. I wonder who the sponsors are, who are the people behind them, what was the conversation around them, who did they talk to? Like they just throw these things out whimsically. Like you just hear, oh, another bill is out there. They're gonna be charging you whatever, gonna fine you 1 million, whatever, 10 million, 2 years in jail for not singing the right national anthem, like all this bullshit. So we have to get behind these things. We really have to. But great point, Feji. Chris, I think you wanted to say something.
Oh no, I was just telling Jimmy that when he's ready, I'll be available to help him make all the flyers that he needs.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Great point. All right. In the meantime, I guess we can go back to incoming. I think you also wanted to say something. I think before I recall. Incoming, are you there? All right. Maximus, I think we should go back to what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
So you were saying that PO needs to.
I feel like he needs to.
Go ahead.
We really have to understand political maturity of Nigerians right now is not really, and I feel like Nigerians are. We have been. I'm a Nigerian, so I can say we have been subjugated and oppressed so much that obviously, look at the conversation we had today about Donald Trump and obedience for Trump. There are issues, right?
Yeah, I was on that space.
That was a very difficult conversation for me. I came.
No, you did great. You held it down. No,
I was a little harder than I usually am, and because I was kind of getting a little agitated by the conversations, frankly, and the rationale for people supporting Donald Trump. But hey, it's free speech, right? It's freedom of thought, and you can support whoever you want, but don't do not malign the name of Peter Obi by associating him with a criminal like Donald Trump. And that's kind of where I draw a line. Like that man is a 360 opposite from Donald Trump. But I feel like it's really important. Obi is really trying to move. I don't know how to say this. Obi is a very progressive guy, right? He thinks ahead. He's thinking about industrialization. He's thinking about productive economies, and he's thinking about things that make, things that literally made countries that were poor in the 50s industrialized today, like South Korea, for example. Because I was in Seoul, South Korea, and Incheon just 2 weeks ago today, during the Olympics. Towards the end of the Olympics, I was in South Korea, and what I saw absolutely amazed me. And I could not believe that this country went from war in the 1950s to what I'm telling you, like, these guys, if you talk about the metro system in New York and the train system in Seoul, walls apart, like, it's like completely 360. It's very modern, very clean, very organized. Obviously, they have less population, but it was so neat and so clean, and like, it was like, I was like, wow, this New York could never, And Peter Obi is the kind of leader that can lead a country from what it is today to a nation that is highly industrialized. But we have to kind of change our mindset as well along that process. And I don't feel like Nigerians have got the requisite political maturity to really understand some of the reforms that Peter Obi is going to bring, to the fore. And something like making sure we take back churches and turn them into industries. Amazing policy. I love it. That's what we need. But do Nigerians really understand what that, like? Can it be someone is going to, some spin doctors are going to spin that and say, oh, he's against churches. He wants to ban churches. He wants to make sure Nigeria is de-Christianized. And, I can see the headlines, right? I can see the talking points by the useless bubbleheads that just come out here and just spew nonsense daily. So what I think is that we kind of have to give Nigerians in small doses some of these very, very key reforms and some of these really amazing progressive policies. And because Nigerians, I would say, I love Nigerians, but sometimes we're not there, man. And
can I kind of push back on that a little bit?
Go ahead.
Maximus. Okay. So I think at this time when Nigeria is as a country, as a people, right? For those of us that are in Nigeria, there seems to be a shift in mindset. I don't know. You might have visited Nigeria recently, and I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. I think it's fair for you to think. It's actually, I can see why you think, or, that they're going to run with a narrative. There's no narrative to run, because everything that's playing out right now that we're all seeing, even those on the ground in Nigeria, they see how terrible their lives have become. I literally have relatives who used to spend days on end in church. I kid you not, every day of the week they're in church, right? After work, they're in church. Whatever they have there, in fact, they lose their jobs, they're in church. They spend all their time in church. But guess what? The same people are now the ones saying to when I have conversations with them, it's in it be like say the way they do this thing for here. I'm not sure saying that the right way. So there's a shift that is taking place. I think we're not giving Nigerians enough credit on the ground, even though, yes, I do agree with you that there has to be people who can manage whatever Peter Obi is putting out there. And he does have capable hands, at least as much as I know. But at the same time, the people on ground there's a shift happening. People are beginning to have these conversations in small, in small groups, and it's reaching as far as possible, So as much as I understand your concern, and I do agree with you as somebody outside looking in, or even on ground, but I kind of see that shift happening. I don't think that when Peter Obi comes, because he's not saying that he goes to church, the man goes to church. He spends all that time he was running, doing his campaign and everything. The man was in every church, in every prayer house, in every mosque. So people see him and know him as the religious type, that kind of symbol the Nigerians like to see. So I think, a little bit of credit to the Nigerians on the ground. I think there's a shift. We just need to continue to do more, like Tudo is doing, our Geo. Thank you very much, Geo, for your work. And then also there are people like what's his name, Abel Damina.
Man does not believe in God, right? He's an agnostic, isn't he?
No, I tell you, for people who question People who question God. That's the funny thing. People who have questions about God and the principles surrounding it, I tell you for free, they actually have a deeper sense of connection to the source than the regular Joe. Take this to the bank. Because there's a reason. Every question they ask, somehow, they might not get a clear response, but there'll be a settled answer in their spirit. Tudo can attest to this, I'm sure, unless he wants to, mess with whatever it is I'm putting out there. But it's a fact. The more questions, people who ask questions like this, they might come off as agnostic. They really aren't, But anyway, I just wanted to say that, that we have to continue to do the work we're doing. And it's very important to have these conversations around religion to open the minds and the heart of people. It's not to take away your faith. It's not to stop you from believing however way you want to believe. It's for you to be able to reason and be analytical and question. If you can't question something, there's a problem. Well, as a child, when I was growing up, I used to question. When I used to go to the Catholic Church then, and the Reverend Father would say, so I used to ask the Reverend Father, why is it that God just killed all those small children? I'm a child. I was afraid, and I had a real fear for the Old Testament. And I would go to the Reverend Father. I used to ask mind-blowing questions. The Reverend Father sometimes will tell me, okay, enough questions for the day. So it's from questions that you get to some answers. You won't have all the answers, clearly, right? But you will get some real deep answers. Anyway, let me yield for now. Thank you. I hope I made sense.
No, you do. I totally agree with you. I
Daddy
completely agree. Hope that.
I bet if we share flyer, people there, we share our church flyer.
No, we don't proselytize for our church. We don't do evangelism. Sincere seekers will
So
find.
where do you stand? Like, you have to let know.
Sincere seekers will find us. We know they sell tracts or flyers or Rhapsody. We know they distribute Rhapsody for our church. So the point, Feji, I completely agree with you, right? We have to keep asking those questions. I am of the opinion that this might sound a little unconventional, that God is not listening to us in Nigeria.
If it's you, will you listen? If it's you, Tudo. No, ma ask you. If now you go listen.
I could hear a pin drop for a moment.
You go hear. No, if now you go listen. You get children when they all they hear word. You give them everything when everybody feel ask for this life. They still not here. Go ahead.
Wait, incoming. Oh yeah, jump in.
Tudo, what do you want me to tell you at this point in time? You're laughing. It's all right. Egbon Jimmy, I greet you, sir. Please, I just want you to repeat that line again you said about what Pio said.
Oh, that he will turn night vigils into night shifts.
This is interesting. Really, when I heard Jimmy said that, I had to think for a while, before I requested the mic. And I requested the mic specifically at the point, maybe I could not properly discern the literal interpretation of what Maximum said. And so I was knocked off of the space, Nigeria, like they took the light and I was struggling to arrange myself very well. But when I came back to the space, I heard him speak again, and he was trying to balance up what he said before. See, you see at this point, once to every man in nation comes the moment to decide. Once to every man in nation comes that moment when we must decide. It is either we decide to move forward or we continue to be tied to chains that looks like curses. You know, like I will not always want to agree with Tudo when it comes to the issue as regards religion, because I know the perspective is coming from always. But you see that particular speech Pio said, I will support it even with my last blood. And I'll tell you why. If the religious fathers, will definitely give a push, just one. There are 5 classes of people in Nigeria, and if you don't belong to these classes, you're gone. 1, the politicians. 2, the judges. 3, the religious fathers. See that religious fathers, they are one of the problems in Nigeria. Let's not dwell on the prerogative whether there is God or there is no God. They have misused that privilege. They've misused it. And if there is somebody that will step into the gap to give them a balance and make them understand that faith without work, you can have all the faith in the world, but if you don't go out to work, you are dead. I'll push it even with the last pint of my blood. See, even the scripture, sorry, even the scripture will tell you that there is a way that seemeth right unto a man, and the end thereof is death. But I want to paraphrase that particular point of the scripture. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, and the end thereof is the wheel of choice. So it is either you choose to make yourself productive, or you choose to remain backward. You see, at this point in time, Nigeria needs somebody that will put that section in check. And I support in 100% totality what he said. If you go to the peace walk, the prayer walk they held, I still use that prayer walk they held at Redeem. If that man, Adeboye, just decide, okay, all of us having that prayer walk, let's march out to the streets. I am telling you today, we will not be talking about anything than a revolutionary change in Nigeria. Just that crowd alone would have solved Nigeria's problem. So if PO is coming out to say it's going to regulate that, anybody that has a problem with that statement does not want anything good for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Well said, brother. I completely agree with you on that one.
Today, I have a question for Jimmy, if you don't mind, really quickly. I don't know if Jimmy.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go
This is
for
a
it.
short question. Jimmy, I know right now we're all speculating about 2027 and all of that, but did Obi give any hint as to what his plans are? Is it definitely running? Is he maybe running? Any feelers? Just so we know.
Well, from all indications, he hasn't clearly declared if he's going to be running or not. But one thing is certain: his will, his zeal, his passion towards seeing Nigeria work has not deterred. It doesn't matter if he's going to be him. It doesn't matter if it's going to be someone else. But that man is ready to go all out to make Nigeria work. If it requires him to go again, he might, even though he hasn't declared. He said it categorically clear. He said he's not here for campaign. But you see, from the passion of what I saw today and the way he spoke to us, it's a situation whereby God knows who's going to be alive by then. But if he has the chance to go at it again, he will. And I've also come to understand that he has learned from the last election. PO is a peaceful person. I've been hearing about it, but I kind of confirm it today. Is a peaceful person, is a patient person, is different. And today, everything I've been saying about him just made me feel so much happy about myself that yes, god damn it, I've always been right about this guy. It's one thing for you to be hearing about people and for you them to just be pretending and everything, but for you to now realize that the person you've been speaking on his behalf is who you really think he is. That is out of this world. You guys don't understand. You need to see the way he handled the fact that you guys messed up. You're meant to start by 4 o'clock. I got here 2 p.m. I don't come out. I don't want to say maybe because he's not here in America, he doesn't have work to go to and everything. Even when we were there, people were trying to leave the place. But he has made it categorically clear that getting Nigeria fixed is not just going to be his own work. And we cannot be tired. I know how many times he has reached out to people to be like, you cannot be tired. You need to keep going. You need to keep going. So he spoke about with diasporans that sometimes some people will say, I'm tired of that country, I'll leave them alone with their problem. But the next day you see countless text messages from people in Nigeria. You can try to abandon Nigeria and just forget about it, but Nigeria will never forget you and it will never abandon you. Every day you keep seeing your DM, you keep seeing one news or the other about what is going on in Nigeria. We have obedience that we fought with that are living in Nigeria. We can't just watch them suffer. You see, take it or leave it. It's our country, and one way or the other, we just gotta do it. I understand. Some people can just be tired of this. Oh, you know what? You guys should just go, do whatever you want to do with yourself. It happens. And that's why sometimes I take break. Though the last one that happened to me, I was so pissed off because of what happened of my level of integrity compared to what I've been doing. I'm not holy, don't get me wrong, I'm not, but I was actually quite disappointed that um, a lot of us joined this movement for different perspective. Guys, if I want to make money out of this business, I know how to position myself, but that's a topic for another day. It has re-energized my belief into getting the country back on track. And we need to be strategic this time around. We need to. And in case you guys didn't notice, he answered the question I asked him, but he didn't want to emphasize on it, which was quite diplomatic. I love that. He did emphasize on it, but the way he answered it passed the strong message. What I wrote on the paper is quite different from the way he answered it, but I deliberately wrote it there. I wrote my name message, but when he responded but he also said we'll be there to make sure that our vote counts. How do we make sure our vote counts? We need a new electoral law. We need to do a lot will be going on the ground. I know that for a fact. But the PO that I saw today, I heard today, that man is not giving up on Nigeria anytime soon. But again, God knows who's going to be alive by then. If he's in good health and he feels like it, but because I believe he has the critical thinking skills, decision making skills, and problem solving skills to know who can do the job rightly. Thank you, Maximus. I was going to actually ask you.
Actually, is the name?
Yeah. From the movie
Gladiators.
Gladiator.
Yeah. And Maximus Prime actually is a if you ever watched
Maximus Prime.
Yeah. Transformers. Yep, Transformers.
Maximus is actually a Latin word.
Oh, it's Latin, right? I thought it was Roman. Oh yeah, that's Latin. Makes sense. U.S. Suffix. Yeah, makes sense. Jimmy, one of the things that really hurts me about Nigeria is the fact that if a lot of diasporans, people who live outside of Nigeria, Tinubu's government is running around looking for money, helter skelter. No approach. It's just a dot scatter plot strategy. There is no confidence in economic indices. The people running the economy of Nigeria basically just, no one knows what they're doing, right? And I feel like the diasporans have a lot to offer the country if we actually believe in the nation. And no one's going to invest in the country that they don't believe in. And I think that's what hurts me the most is the fact that Nigerians who live outside of Nigeria can actually change that nation by ourselves if we had a leader whom we believe in and who can say, come here, I can guarantee you that we'll make this work. We will not give you a lot of stress when you want to do stuff in the country. We're not going to frustrate you. We're not going to make life difficult for you. We're going to streamline processes. We're going to cut the red tape, and we're going to make things work. And just with that level of confidence in the government that is actually working for the people, I feel like a lot of diasporans are going to go back to Nigeria and try to do something, even in a small way. But that is what I'm not saying, and it's super frustrating to me that we have not, found a way to tap into the potential of the, probably millions of Nigerians at this point that live outside of the country. I do hope Peter runs. I understand the complexities of 2027. There is so much. I can't, like, it's just a lot. You have the northern factor, you have all of these different factions, you have the religious factor, you have INEC, which I keep talking about INEC. I want to even talk about Rivers State and how what I saw and I did an analysis on the election of Rivers. I actually downloaded the numbers, I plugged it into Excel myself, I ran it on Python, and what I saw was just completely inconsistent with the demographics of Rivers State. And I'm like, if this is a thing, and this was what was presented in Abuja and was allowed by INEC, we're in trouble in 2027 because there is so much inconsistencies. You can't tell me two local governments that make up Port Harcourt have completely divergent results. That makes no sense, absolutely none. And we had a report on channels recently I was watching online, and the guy talked about Imo and Kogi elections and how there was overvoting and the numbers were just stacked against against the people who were actually in the forefront of that election. So when I think about all of these challenges, I don't know. And this is 2024, 2025 is going to be here soon. There is no conversation about mergers. There's no conversation about Labour Party has got its issues, PDP's got issues, and it's like we're kind of all over the place right now. And these guys. Because campaigns essentially starts in 2025 or 2026 at the earliest. And I guess I'm a little, I'm too much of a scientist and a medical guy. I just think ahead of the future. I'm like, how's this going to work? What are we doing right now? What are we, where's the organization? Where's the groundwork? Where's the, everyone's just like frustrated and angry, but that's not enough. Anger is not enough. Like the anger is just an emotion. That's just an outburst. You have to control anger, and there has to be like controlled demolition of that anger to productive use. And I guess I'm rambling a little bit, like just talking, but it's just like I don't know, man. There's just so much, and that's why I have to dissociate like actively from Nigeria because it's like I can't grasp it all. It's too much for me, and we've all got lives here in America, wherever you are in the world, and yeah. So I'm done, man. I'm tired, but.
Yeah. No. I hear you, brother. It's a whole lot to grapple with at the same time. I can't think that far right now. You are a better Nigerian than me.
I am not.
I can't think that far right now, brother. I'm not even seeing 2027 yet. There's a whole lot between now and 2027. And that's a fact. Some of the things that we're talking about, I still haven't gotten over. I haven't gotten over end bad governance yet. I don't know where we're at with that. This sounds like we've plateaued a little, right? We're not talking about that anymore. And our oppressors have gone back to business as usual. It was like a bleep. Talking about forming political action committees for us in the diaspora, how we need to make our voice known, make it count. We need to tap into the financial muscle that we have and we contribute towards that country. We're not tapping into that. Sometimes we have all these little splinter groups, right? All over the diaspora, all over the world, America, Europe, Australia, all over the world. Um, I don't. I wonder if there was a way we could fuse all of those together, and like we're talking about with Fiji, just pull some strings in that country. And our legislative process, it's a bit. The people, we are disconnected from that process. It's become the soul preserves, for the lack of a better expression, of these guys. We don't know the process. Nobody is forcing their hands. Like there is no, they have no, uh, for the lack of a better word, they have no scruples when it comes to the way they churn out some of these bills. You just wake up. You might just wake up tomorrow and there's another bill that doesn't make any sense. What was the conversation around it? Who did they talk to? Who are the sponsors? Yeah, like we don't know any of these things. So here we are. We're setting 20 billion minimum to the country every year, and we have no voice. We can't vote. We can tell them this is what we want. For instance, there was a time that um, getting a passport or visa from any of the consulates or whatever, he was a hassle. Like we had people making videos all around the world, right? Nigerians, from all around the world, making videos and posting them on social media of the experiences they're going through in renewing passports, renewing any kind of business that you have with embassies or consulate offices or whatever. Um, and you just talk, you just make videos and nothing. So I think if there, I don't even bring up Abike Dabiri because she's full of shit. She doesn't know what she's doing, you know. So, so anyways, yeah, I think we have to do better. That's just what I think. I think we can tap into the power that we have as Nigerians in the diaspora. Um, and I think that we have to find a way to come together. We just have to find that way. I don't know how else to say that. If it means sponsoring a politician, again, I want to know: do we even have See, some like in terms of our lobbying system, for instance, right? We know the people behind them, the big guys with the big, the big money guys, right? But in terms of some of these little social advocacy groups, right? They call them civil societies in Nigeria. Like, what's the money? Is there money behind those guys too? Like, who is advocating for the ordinary people? Like, because a lot of times it seems between the 4-year election cycle, we just go away, we just go to sleep. So all of these other issues that we're supposed to, I mean, I think the most embarrassing moment, I said this finally, the most embarrassing moment was that moment, that day when a petition came from the diaspora and then they gave it to that idiot in the Senate, and as the gentleman was trying to read it or whatever on the floor of the Senate of the National Assembly, the Senate President, Senator, please, you mean this is from the diaspora? All these things is diaspora people saying this? Please, let's be guided. Let's be guided.
please, please take your seat. Let's be guided. Like, he can't even say, all right, we will look into that. Thank you for putting that forward, Senator Jimmy. Thank you for putting that forward. The Senate Committee on Diaspora will look into that. Like, just pretend like these guys have no shame, and they don't care about you. Like, you're nothing. Like, you're nobody. And I think we have to push our politics and policy making to that point where when they hear diaspora, but I don't know what we're gonna do. Feiji, jump in. I don't know.
Like, I came back because you guys, I heard Maximus talk, and Maximus, sorry, when you were making your submission, I just sensed that resignation, for lack of better words. And I get it, because I understand sometimes the issues in Nigeria can be overwhelming. Sometimes you just want to check out of the whole thing. Please take whatever time you need to take off, and please come back. We have a country to rescue. We don't have, there's no room for excuse, right? Whether you like it or not, no matter how far away you stay from Nigeria, or no matter it doesn't matter how much abundance or prosperity you're surrounded by, Nigeria is within you. There's nothing you can do about it. So we have to do what we must do at this time. Hopefully we have good success. I'm banking on the success. It's beyond hope for me, because I do get overwhelmed sometimes myself, and I take the time. Please, for any one of us that's coming up to speak, whether here or in another space, it's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel, what's going on in Nigeria. It's humanly, sometimes you think to yourself, is this even possible, right? We've gone beyond that, but we must remember we have a society to rescue. There are children that are growing up in that society that if we don't fight for it, they have no chance of survival. Imagine the people living in this whole mess. Every day is one tragedy or the other. I just wanted to quickly say that. And then Tudo, as you were speaking, right? You said they don't have shame. We need to learn the art of not being ashamed as well in whatever we're pursuing. We have to find a way. We must. If we need to create smaller splinters where we're talking and brainstorming, we need to find ourselves. We need to find people who are willing to sit down, put in the hours, and really think about how we can push through what we want into the Senate that is polluted. We must find a way. We must. For every powerful thing, for every powerful person, there's always an anecdote. Doesn't matter how powerful you are, there'll be somebody who will surpass you. We see it in movies. So we must continue to push. We must continue to have the conversations. When we're tired, we take a break and come back. We have to fight. That is our ancestral land. No other place but Nigeria. So we must continue to talk about it and find ways, like I said, where we can brainstorm. And thank you very much, Jimmy, for the points you put across earlier about what is going on behind that we didn't even have any idea about. I'm very happy. I'm excited about that. I look forward to that, and I look forward to being a part of it. These are things that we need to do. We must start having the conversations now. And we have to get people involved that are also willing to be a part of it. There must be somebody in that Senate, as polluted as that Senate is, as stinking as it is. We must find one or two people that we can hold by the jugular. We cannot say, we can't, these people, the way may we say, find as we will take Zoom, as we will take get through to them. We must. As wicked and as evil as they are, you have to understand, we have evil and good in us. So we need to tap into the good and the dark in us and come up with genius ideas. These people were born, maybe some of them are much older than us, but the children that you give birth to after, they're supposed to have even higher way of doing things and higher solutions than the people before. That's how it's supposed to be. And part of it is that we've been complacent for too long. That's why it looks enormous right now. My mommy was okay. Now I understand. So no excuses. We need to start having conversations. However we need to have it, we must. It's part of my own solution. I mean, prior to what before Jimmy comes up with the flyer and whatever else that he needs to come up with for us to move the plan. That other people will know that are serious minded. We will brainstorm and find ways. How many zeros? Nine?
Like 15.
Fifth. Oh, Salo. Hey!
No be billion. No be billion. Billion 9.
You know, for Nigeria, now 15 now. No be.
They use a passing GMO. Pack. We don't even know when they pass that GM. Before we know it, they have to tell them maize to enter market. How it enter? We never even finish the conversation. We know the thing already enter. Our own ingenuity. We need to tap into it. That's the solution, though. Because we can sit here and talk and say, these people, look at their evil. Oh, we talk. They are doing what now. No excuse. I beg. We start to talk. If we can start talking about it tomorrow already, let's be brainstorming. We must find a way to get our voice in there. We're too powerful a group as a diaspora. Been too.
We have to, and I'm glad some of the things that Jimmy mentioned. I would like to see how that goes and the people that are behind it. We need more ideas like that that can get us going in terms of what we're talking about here. If Rwanda can have diaspora and the ideas he shared about electoral reforms, why can't we have it? You might say, okay, how do we know it's going to count? How do we know they only at least we have it? To us, even if they rig it as false, we get there. One day we'll get there. That's how it is. But we just sit back like it's nothing. We can't continue like that. We can't. Also,
You leave politics.
Jimmy, what do you talk?
I said with all the money he lost, he still wants to leave politics.
Yeah. That idiot. Toy store, rather. I can't even find my words. Nigerian politicians can make you go crazy sometimes.
And so ignorant people will believe him more.
Yes, now. You guys say 21 million? That's nothing. That is not
Poverty mentality. That's one thing that's consistent amongst all of them. Because poverty mentality is what makes them feel like they have to take and take.
need to conduct
You
deliver.
need to do deliver. I'm telling you, now poverty mentality, because it and evil these people are. But why is he still in the Senate? Why is he still loitering around the door, the front doors of the Senate? If they give him a position now, I don't see that. Your generation don't see that kind of money before. But so everything I've been paying attention to it. I say these people, they be carpet beggars. They never see first. Now be the topmost one. He's now get the worst poverty mentality pass. He doesn't care about anybody else but himself. And it trickles all the way down. So for me, I say we got so that we will, they say now they talk that they talk. No, we gotta be moving as well. We have to be talking and pushing. Let them be getting. They're too comfortable. They're too comfortable for a powerful diaspora that we have. If it's what group, whether it's your race group that's doing October something protest or whatever. I don't know. But anyways, that's it.
Yeah, I heard about videos to factories, or night shift rather. So I always find it the time to, whenever I do space, I always admonish these pastors, right? So there are ways you can reimagine church for the Pentecostal movement in Nigeria. There's a video of him trending out there now that where he's lamenting this man who is like he ranks at the level of it's like Adeboye level. What are we doing? All these edifices, 100,000 seater, all these things. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? So it's I think there's very excited about that, to be honest. I really am. So I always try to admonish these guys, right? Devote one Sunday in a praise. Split the fellowship anyway, your cell groups and all of that. So it's like you're having your cell groups within the building. We have to sensitize our people. Everything is not about Bible. Does not step in front of this movement, the church will be left behind. That is the history of the world. And Nigeria is not going to be an exception. We are not the first to have religious fervor. We're not the first to go through this whole thing. The moment people begin to shift, they will see shift is going to begin. It's like a prophecy. What he said today. So we're going to have people, we're going to have more of them. Some of them, some factories are already doing it, but we're going to have more of that going. So the moment the system shifts, the church will be left behind.
Shift. And you see, Christianity is not foolishness. There's so much foolishness that actually been masquerading the church in disguise for so long. We call left behind. The world has moved. Nigeria still remains static, you know. And kingdom come, as inscribed in our Lord's Prayer, let your kingdom come. the 36 states. We should be the light to this generation, to this dispensation that we have. And if care is not taken, like I always said, I always tell my blame the church. I blame the church because the church, I'm a part of the church. And I've seen it long time ago that the way things are going, this is not what we saw. Martin Luther King, the likes, they were learned people. They were schooled. He was not hungry person. And he was even a clergyman. I asked the guy, do you think he was fighting for himself or for the generation of the black race that will come? That is a true example of a leader. The Bible speaking also, and made me clear that King David was not just a prophet. He said they have what we call the quality of a good leader. I find it very sad to find when people come on space most times, I see them intellectuals and they so much bishop, there's so much ignorance on rampage, even among the body of Christ, which I came from. The ignorance is so much that good conduct, good behaviors, integrity. You see all our spiritual fathers, they become mute for those things that they once preached to us. I was talking to, let me give an instance. I was talking to one fellow cell leader in where I fellowship recently. I'm a team leader where I work. And I told him there's one girl that actually come. I foresee many years. I think the way people are going, there's no message of integrity, but where by brother I am in same fellowship. You don't speak to me. You don't tell me the truth. The kingdom ways, all this bribe, bring the giver, the taker, everything. They come from a home. They all come from a local assembly. Collectively, if everybody begin to sit up and do the right things. But as it stands, the way things are, okay, listen to this guy. There's some statement that some people they call them leaders, they call them political leaders. honorables, whereby there's nothing honorable in them. Shots in this in the Nigeria that we find ourselves today. Was it 2 days back? We need to see. So I'm saying it with every level
When
of
in those days,
pain.
sorry, my brother, utility. If you check in the Old Testament, you get to discover that when a prophet is coming, they have eroded that priestly role and now thrown it to the dust. And so, as such, you get to discover that politicians
to trample.
When the politician is supposed to be afraid that you're bringing judgment that has to do with condemnation, or you're bringing righteousness. So we need to regulate these things because these are God of men, not men of God. These are God of men.
You don't need to calm down. Like we
No,
it has to be like that.
is not a bishop. Tudor is an anarchist. He's not a bishop. Leave him.
Whatever it is, even apostle.
The one that will be made available will be told to you by my Oga at the top.
I better go. Let's pity for Jimmy. You know, Jimmy said he was going to go anytime soon. I think he's even exceeded the time. Sake.
Yeah, so let's do this. Let's say maybe the next 20 minutes. Utility, wrap up your points. Chris will jump in and we'll check on Jimmy.
See, let me tell you. Let me put it this way. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I think the truth was not preached to us. No matter what it is, no matter what it
So
key behavior or characteristics of a average Christian is not be a bishop or person. The way God, when God work, and you see God, like I
Deacon,
real
can
quick,
we
so we
leave
can
it
move
to
on.
church on Saturday? Deacon, we have heard the priest. Let's leave it.
no,
The
see,
guy,
you
the
see,
guy, the
you see,
anointing is
Bishop
flowing,
Studio,
so I
Bishop
don't want
Studio,
to.
kingdom or Bible from government. You see, these things they work together. How do you think Jesus Christ was able to know what's happening? He knows everything.
All
So
right.
a man of God as a Christian, you should know what, like I told somebody, don't be ignorant. In the days of
Yeah,
the reason I say the things I say,
because
because most time
they
I
do.
confront, I
Wait,
ask critical questions
wait,
to
wait,
my
agility.
leader.
They do like Niger pastors when the preachers general. And he's gonna repeat that for 20 more times. It's right. My time is up before we close.
Thank you, comrade Tudor. I just wanted to push back a little bit on what, or maybe debunk is the word. Being
Sorry,
organized by
what's not true?
Nigerians.
I'm sorry, what's not true, Chris?
You know, when you say it's being organized, so they are part and parcel of I don't know how to put it down. So they are not the only ones, right? Let me know. I also had pots and pans, you know, for the remaining Saturdays, every Saturday is from your door, your gate, your street, uh, your hostel, wherever you are, just carry pots and pans for like 3 hours, 7 to 10, I think. I'm gonna check that again, but soon it's just the way we saw how the demands morphed during that first 10 days of protest. You know, various demands in the consolidated demands. You know, which in the and how there. Yeah. So even me, of course, I'm not on ground. I won't be able to be on ground to protest. So nobody sure. But say yeah, you are right to mention it, but they are not the only ones. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
She's Sister
So,
Fiji now, Sister Fiji.
Elder, which kind of sister?
Oh, you.
Minister.
I'm
Who
forgetting.
dash monkey banana?
I'm
Who
forgetting
dash
like
who dash monkey banana?
ruin bigotry in Nigeria. I haven't touched it for a long time. I've been avoiding it, to be honest, because I thought it was a non-issue. This is ridiculous.
Please, can I interject you for 1 minute concerning what you are saying? As
If you
somebody
promise
from
me you're not going to preach a sermon.
no. Yesterday, what you
Alright.
said now, what you said now, those backlash back and forth, if you find that at the end of the day they belong to one particular congregation, at the one particular assembly, that's to tell you that the people did not preach unity and peace in a way that will enter. Because when it sink, when the message sink, I won't call you Igbo, I won't call you this. We say they were one accord. I hear the mic.
Daddy Gio, when we go to our church, you need to send this deacon to the Abeokuta diocese. He needs to go to do missionary.
I can't laugh. You still is here. You don't take for church. Because every time you open your mouth,
We see these things happen. They play that even among the disciples. When the guy got acknowledged and say, why one saying I'm from this, I'm for poor, I'm for this, because the message of
there he
unity has
goes.
not been
And
preached
there
to
he goes
sink
again.
into them. Because when he sink, I won't say you are for winners. You won't tell me I'm from assembly. Our character will align, our behavior will align in accordance.
Utility. You're not listening to me. The people that are doing these things, it's not many of them don't go to church.
They do.
You think they go to church? You think they go to church? You think the people that are behind these handles go to church?
My brother, this is a
Everybody says they
foundational
go to church
problem.
for Nigeria. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna tackle that issue. Finally, I've decided, you know what, let's tackle this. So tribalism and bigotry, right? But I'm not gonna pit one ethnic group versus the other. I'm just gonna broaden like that. And then another thing I want to touch is this state of origin issue. State of origin, in my personal opinion, is among the things that are killing that country. State of origin is killing us. And the history of that, our government, we've had successive government policies to address that issue. The latest one that was enshrined in our constitution being the federal character. That is why you need a minimum of 30. How many states we get for Nigeria again? 36? Somebody help me. Abby?
I believe so. Not
36 states.
36. Abi, they don't adjourn.
So, no, they don't.
No,
they
it's
never
not
change it.
37 because Wike is governor of
25%. Okay, yeah.
25%.
So, yeah.
Governor of Abuja.
So that's why you need, according to federal character, you need 36 plus 1, which is 37 minimum ministers. Because the law stipulates that you need at least one minister to represent each state of the federation on your cabinet. So those are some of the things that the government has done to sort of address the whole issue of marginalization and to make sure one part of the country is not being left behind. Because maybe they feel like if you see somebody in government who supposedly is from your states, you will feel a sense of belonging. That's kind of like the idea behind that concept. You feel, our person is there. Okay, they are looking out for our interests. But we have seen time and time again, it's bullshit. These people, the only interest they're looking out for is their own. They're not there to look out for anybody's interest. So it's all bullshit. Okay? And the idea that you can grow up, you were born in a state, you went to school in that state, you start working in that state, or you even create jobs in that state, you pay taxes in that state, but you cannot run for a public office in that state. You cannot even be an appointee, government appointee in that state in most cases, because some idiot is going to come and say, where's your father's house? Show me, where your papa house there? State of origin. So now I'm supposed to go to a state where I don't know shit about that. Nobody knows me there. Like, I just know that my ancestors are from there. I have never been there, right? I've never been there. My great-great-grandpa moved to Lagos or another state. Now there they born me. Now there they born my papa. So all of a sudden I'm supposed to go back to where my father's father came from, where I've not contributed to nothing to that state. I didn't go to school there. I didn't work there. I didn't pay tax. Nothing. I'm just supposed to go back there and go and run for. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And this is part of why we have to work towards a merit-based economy where it doesn't matter where so-called you originated. What is it originated from? Like, I don't even get it. We originated from who originated from where? Like, I don't understand. People are having sex every day, everywhere, all over that country. They're popping out babies all over, like all over the country. Like, we're allowed to move freely and do shit. I think prior to the First Republic, if memory serves me right, and my history is intact, the mayor of Enugu was a Yoruba man. There was a time in Nigeria that happened. Yes, I don't know if it was right before independence or I don't think it was the First Republic. I think it was before the First Republic. The mayor of Enugu was a Yoruba man.
Marwa not Lagos State governor one time? Marwa.
I mean, somebody would say that's military.
Okay, well, hey, he was still.
He was. But I'm talking, proud to the first. I think it was proud to the First Republic, and then because we became a republic in '63. Yeah, I think it was proud to '63, and then conversely, we had an Igbo man who also occupied some public post. I have to go look this up, but I know exactly what I'm talking about in the Southwest, region. So we had that at a time in our history. We did, until, of course, we all know what happened. The first coup happened in '66, and he was branded, was given a title. I'm not going to say it. They tagged it a certain people's coup, and then there was a counter coup, and then that was the beginning of the end for us. All of that just went away. And ever since that series of events, we've just been patching and joining and patching and joining. We've been dancing around this issue. And now it is back again on the scene. When we should be coming together, right? When we should be coalescing around common interests. We have some idiots out there that are fanning the flames of tribalism and bigotry. I think it's a shame.
Bam. You've spoken well, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to a conversation we had just this past week about colonialism and what colonialism did to Africa. And one of my biggest points was about how the white man came to Africa, and Europeans coming to Africa was not necessarily a bad thing, but where they really, really messed Africa up was how they left Africa, right? They did not understand. And I'm going way, way back because I want to kind of like draw a funnel here going from the big picture to like kind of go nitty gritty, and how the white man did not necessarily understand the dynamics of Africa and joined nations that were completely disparate, and just basically hurriedly left the countries, and now peoples who have been at each other's throats for centuries all of a sudden have to build a nation together without an essence. And it Nigeria has had it easy, I would say, compared to quite a number of African countries that have had years of brutal civil war. I keep talking about my experiences as a health worker in Sudan, and what I saw there was just absolutely traumatizing. Now, I think where the issue comes from is that in Nigeria, it's just been a perpetual resource control struggle for us in Nigeria. And I think that is kind of where this issue comes from. And if you look at other countries that have never really had resource control as a major driver of their economy, for example, Ghana, for example, Kenya, you'd notice that they get tribal, but it's not as tribal as Nigeria. And countries where there's a huge amount of resource control, and where the resource control drive pretty much controls everything. It's a lot more complex because there is this scramble for resources, and that scramble for resources pretty much, you know, generates identities, and that identity becomes your, raison d'etre, or like reason of being, right? And it becomes incredibly complex to really understand why are these guys all, are bickering and why they are each other's throat. It all boils down to that resource control. Now, I love to give examples with Sudan. I don't know why, because that's one African country like I really took time to really study. One of the reasons why Sudan is going undergoing a civil war right now, which has consumed more lives than even Palestine, is because when the people who were in charge of Sudan at the time of the independence took the oil wells and took everything, and then South Sudanese, where the oil wells are located, had to struggle and say, okay, we can't do this anymore. We have to fight a war, which lasted for over 30 years, and the longest lasting civil war in Africa. And I'm going to boil down again to Nigeria. Nigeria is a resource control state. And the reason why we still have these issues is because oil is everything in Nigeria. So, people who don't have it are hell bent on saying, no, we have to, if we don't have this resource, we have to, find a way to make sure we're not losing out, right? And the entire nationhood of Nigeria boils down to oil as a resource. And that is the reason why we're still a country, practically. And if that did not exist, everybody would kind of find a way, okay, how do we make this work? How do we patch this, this mosaic that we've got here, this mishmash that we've got here that's kind of like very difficult to manage. But we had oil, and oil carried us hard over so many years. And now we're like, in baseball, they call it the ninth inning. For those that understand baseball, it's like we're at the tail end of the cycle of oil. And I'm actually really terrified because it's coming to a point where, once oil goes away, what are we then? Like, where do we go? And all of this bickering and the tribal stuff is just because certain people want to like make sure they have that share of the oil wealth. And
Hey guys, this space just ended. I think maybe the hosts kind of lost connection in the end. But I do hope that you guys are able to get a lot from it. For those of you who missed the session with Peter Obi, so somebody was actually went to the location and was streaming on the Twitter space, you know. So there's quite a bit of disruption every now and again, voiceovers and stuff like that. But you guys probably would, I'm sure you're able to still get stuff out of it. I mean, you still could hear Peter B clearly and all of that. I'm actually looking forward to the video. I hope somebody does make a recording of it, and then I will bring it here as well and play for everybody to hear. Because Peter will be touched on very, very important areas that are of concern to all of us that care about, Nigeria itself. So, we have to keep pushing. We have to keep fighting. We have one country. We can't give up. Uh, and I'm going to leave you with this. If there's any bigotry going on around you, it's up. You have to make sure you put an end to that bigotry. Don't wait for it to escalate. I beg you, because that's another battle that we're fighting. It's getting really nasty. Trust me, we won't be able to. We will not have the strength to fight bigotry on one hand while we're fighting to get a good nation. So it's up to each and every one of us to make sure we're doing our own part. This work is not for only Peter Obi. Everybody shouting Peter Obi, Peter Obi. He cannot do it all. Everybody has a role to play. Everybody. He can only do so much, right? He's a transformational leader with the right vision for the country. But you and I have work to do. Get tired. Sometimes I do get overwhelmed by the issues in Nigeria, but I take time off when I need to. Okay? And when I get the rest, I come back. Not only one country I get, I don't get another one. You understand? That's my home country, that's my ancestral home. I'm not giving it up for nobody. You understand? So everybody needs to have that mindset. We have a lot of work to do, and we need to start doing something now. I don't know if you guys heard, some part of the conversation was around, trying to find a way to push for diaspora voting, right? We got to do something about that. Apparently, there's something going on behind the scenes. Hopefully, as the time, as the days go by, the person is able to present that to us, and then we'll see what it's like, and then I can bring it here and show you guys. But trust me, guys, we can't give up on Nigeria. We cannot. We gotta keep fighting, and we have to keep this conversation going. No room for nonsense conversations. If it's not about nation building, it's not about getting our country back in the right direction, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. If you can, if you're on the ground in Nigeria, come out for Fearless October. As I understand, there are a lot of people involved in it. It's not just Shore, by the way. So I have to correct myself there. It's not just Shore, there are a lot of people, factions involved in it. Get out there if you can, please. So that's what I'm going to leave you guys with for now. But thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you guys. Mr. Pansat, greetings. So long time. How now? Thank you for stopping by. Oriyomi, brother of life, brother mi, báwo ni? Ṣé gbogbo ẹ̀ ń lọ déédéé? Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate Mr. Tony South. Thank you so much for coming by, for stopping by. I really appreciate Tony Tone. Sorry, I said Tony earlier. Tone. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Ferreira. Thank you very much. I think he was one of the very first ones to be here. I appreciate you all for stopping by. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thank you, Seed. I see you as well. Thank you all so much. Shewapa, okay. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that, Oriyomi. Okay, that's good. I'm happy. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys on my next one. There's another live coming up tomorrow, another space that I want to bring up, but I'm going to bring here, it's about the bigotry situation in Nigeria. I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to stream it here live so that you guys can be a part of that conversation, because I think that it's a conversation that really needs to be happening, because it's getting, if you go on TikTok, it's crazy the amount of bigotry. Benin against Igbos, Igbos against Benin. It's crazy. We can't have a same country like that, though. It's just unfortunate we don't have a tough leader. We need one right now with the mess that is going on. Really, bigotry, bigotry. If I'm given the opportunity to punish anyone for bigotry, you go either serve time or you go pay stiff fine for bigotry. I'm telling you, no excuses. There's no I beg you. You go in and go and pay for your bigotry, because it's bullshit. You are in a foreign land and you're usurping their own resources. Nobody don't tell you something you can't go. Even if they tell you to go, they can only do so much. I beg, we need to really know what we're doing. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate to have a wonderful night, guys, and I'll see you on my next one. Bye.